Good morning and welcome to Ray Skillman Field for this morning's matchup, freshman football between the Center Grove Trojans and the Lawrence Central Bears. Hi, everybody. This is Rick Embry along with Greg Coy. And Greg, an absolute gorgeous fall day here at Ray Skillman Field, 65 degrees at kickoff, and the freshman Trojans look to stay undefeated. They've had a fantastic season so far.
They've undefeated. A lot of guys have moved up, 60-plus guys on the roster. Pretty incredible to see 60, 70 freshmen playing football for Center Grove, and really says a lot about the sort of the depth of the program and what we have to look forward to in the future. So I'm looking forward, really excited to be here. Thanks for the opportunity, and first time on the broadcast. So hoping I don't mess anything up today, but really excited to watch these young guys.
I'd say you've got big shoes to fill, but I know who normally sits over there when Kevin normally does the broadcast with us. So, those shoes aren't that big. But, Kevin across the street doing producing for a couple of the girls' soccer games today, so we'll keep updated on those. But getting ready to kick off, and, man, this is one of the highlights that I love watching. You normally do not see a freshman kicker, Greg, who can kick like this young man. Tyler Loudon, a couple weeks ago up at Carmel, kicked a 40-yard field goal.
As a freshman. Incredible.
Tyler kicks that one pretty deep, and returning for Lawrence Central, number 2, Jacob Cunningham, and great coverage by Center Grove, and they're going to hem him in, and that's going to be a deep starting position. And Greg, just right off the bat, looks very similar to several starting positions for the varsity Lawrence Central Bears last night.
Yeah, Colt Seiner there with a really nice tackle, 10-yard line. Varsity Bears last night really struggled with field position, so hopefully the Trojan defense and special teams can keep that up today.
Starting for that Center Grove defense at front 4, 42, Jeremiah Denton, 48, Aiden Usher, 97, Ari Lanson, and 91, Talon McFarland up front for the Trojans. First snap by LC, and attempts to bounce it outside, and he's got good space. That's number 4, Jordan Scott. And really good pickup there. Nothing inside, so he does a great job of bouncing it to the outside, and great pickup on first down for Lawrence Central.
Really good speed around the corner. I think that's what Lawrence Central at the varsity level as well. Really good special skill guys. Colt Seiner able to get him out of bounds, but big gain on that play.
Yeah, pick up a 33 on first down for Lawrence Central, so they get out of the hole of their or the shadow of their own goal line. Other guys on defense here that you'll see, number 15, linebacker Will Geiger, Zach Euler, James Grant also at linebacker. And then we'll get to the defensive backs here shortly. Another handoff to Scott, and this time he's met in the hole. There's Seiner again. James Grant, also number 57. Grant had a fantastic game last week, along with Willie Frazier at cornerback there. But the cornerback's in for Center Grove. Willie Frazier, number 8. He had a fumble return, 96 yards for a touchdown last week against the Chittard Trojans. Owen Andrews, and then at safety, we've already called his name a couple times, Colt Seiner, and number 30, Kaiden O'Haver. So maybe short gain, maybe a half a yard on first down for LC, so that brings up second and a long 9. We apologize. I think it's number 13 quarterback, but there's no 13 on their roster, so we'll do the best we can, and we might just
going to keep it here on the outside.
Yeah, and great job there again.
Colt Seiner again.
Yeah, that might have been
was that number 9.
Number 9, yeah, Luke Woodhouse from that safety position as well. Great job by him. So a loss of 2 on that play. Now 3rd and 12 for Lawrence Central. A couple minutes in here, still no score.
They haven't thrown the ball yet, Rick, so it'll be interesting to see if they air it out here a little bit, see how our defensive backs can cover.
Yeah, split wings. You got a couple wide receivers, one on each side. He's looking to his left side. He's going to throw it to number 2. Wow, did he make that catch? They said he did. Unfortunately for Lawrence Central, there's Laundry in the backfield. That's going to be a hold against Lawrence Central. That front four for Center Grove got good pressure, and one of them got too much of the jersey for Center Grove. But, man, what a great catch, and that was Jacob Cunningham out there that made that catch, and a good ball. You know, we might just go with number 11. Tyron Randall is the quarterback. He's listed as quarterback / DB. He's listed with a number 11. So either that or if 13 kicks, because number 5 is also listed as quarterback / punter / kicker. So if he's the one that punts and kicks, then we'll move that to Dwayne Browning. A big loss on that play, obviously, with the hold, so that's going to bring up 3rd and 22 for LC. 6.5 minutes remaining here in the first quarter. Still no score. First possession of the ball game.
Big break for the Trojan defense there. And another penalty.
Legal substitution. I think they break the huddle with 12 guys and then one of them ran off.
I think he did. I think that's right.
So now that's 3rd and 27 for Lawrence Central. Not exactly something that you have in the playbook at the freshman level or any level. Back to pass, Lawrence Central. He's got a lot of time, and now he's going to look to run. James Grant chasing him, but a really good pickup there, and he gets probably 24 back, and might be a situation where they're going to go for it. Great job of scrambling by the Lawrence Central quarterback.
What a great run. I think that's the hallmark of Lawrence Central's explosive plays, I think, for years, whether it's passing, running, just great athletes, great speed, ability to make guys miss, and you see it again there.
So Lawrence Central going to go for it now. 4th and 3 at the Center Grove 47-yard line. Either that or they're going to try to get Center Grove to jump. Good job initially by that front four. They flinched a little bit but didn't get in the neutral zone. Snap back, and they hand it to Scott. He's looking for space, and he's going to get a first down.
Nice little cut back there by Scott. Enough for a first down. I'm sure the Center Grove defensive coach was a little disappointed in that series of plays there.
Yeah, especially after you have them in a 3rd and 27 situation, and you allow that scramble by the quarterback. And that's one thing very difficult, obviously, in practice, Greg, to simulate the speed that you're going to see, and you've already seen it a couple times by Scott and also the quarterback.
It's almost impossible to simulate. You do your best, but it's explosive athletes are hard to simulate.
Another run right up the middle and good yardage again, and Lawrence Central is
another first down.
So, yeah, they pick up right at 10, maybe 11 yards, and very impressive first drive for Lawrence Central. Once again, this is a Center Grove team that came in for the season 5-0. Closest game they've really had was week 2 against Carroll, 38-27. The last 3 weeks have been absolute blowouts against Carmel, 38-3, Ben Davis 38-14, and then last week they beat Chittard 40-6. So haven't really been tested since week 2. Attempted run there, and a good job. That was number 17, Isaac Wilson, on the carry. And that was Signer along with number 26, Owen Andrews, from the defensive backfield that stops him after a short gain. Much better job that time of preventing that the ability for them to bounce it to the outside. 4.5 minutes left here in the first quarter. No score still. Now empty backfield for Lawrence Central. 3 wides to the right. Scott out of the backfield. Now he goes in motion.
Little screen play.
Still trying to get around, and Center Grove, great job flowing to the ball there. Initially Signer was there to make him cut back, and then the host of Trojans there to bring him down for a big loss.
Seiner, Geiger, Aiden Usher, several guys in on the tackle. Great job by the defense there, and back again at 3rd and long. Let's see if we can close this series out here.
Yeah, and I'm assuming we're probably looking at 4-down territory for Lawrence Central.
We haven't dialed up any blitzes yet on the defense. Be interesting to see if we try to get at the quarterback here.
Lawrence Central in spread formation, quarterback in the shotgun, and now multiple guys shifting from the left side to the right side. So now trips again to the right. Snap back to the quarterback. He's got time again, and he flings it there, and right there to make the stick. Number 4, Zach Tapek from that cornerback position. Great job of coming over and holds him to probably a 1, maybe 2-yard gain.
Looked like a little pressure from Usher on the outside, flushed the quarterback, and Tapek really came up. Great stick, great tackle there in the open field. So 4th down. Let's see if we can get the ball back here.
4th and 14 for Lawrence Central. Just 2.5 minutes left here in the first quarter. Lawrence Central's had it for the entirety of the first quarter. Now it looks like Grant blitzes, but they pick it up, and that ball's out there. Incomplete. Good job of closing by number 30, Kaiden O'Haver. It looked like initially that the Lawrence Central wide receiver was open over there, but just took a while for that ball to come down, and O'Haver does a great job of coming over and knocking that one away.
It's a long ball for a freshman quarterback, but he was open, and O'Haver did a great job closing on the ball. So let's see what the offense can do here.
Good job by that defense after a pretty impressive opening drive by Lawrence Central. 2:20 left, and Michael Mitchell will bring Center Grove out from the huddle. Play number 1. Handoff up the middle, and right there, nice play by Lawrence Central to stop that after a short gain. Carrying the ball for Center Grove, that's number 1, Blake Walker. Walker last week had a 2-point conversion that he scored. Short gain, about 2 yards, so we'll bring up 2nd and 8 for the Trojans. Walker and Lineberry in the backfield, and that's Lineberry, number 21. Good hard run there, but picks up a tough 3 yards. It's going to bring up 3rd and 5 for the Trojans. Pretty good hitting so far by Lawrence Central. Not a big sideline with a lot of guys over there, Greg, but
Lawrence Central's playing pretty aggressive so far. I thought their offensive line did a great job on their opening drive. The linebackers here, 44, has been pretty active in his first 2 plays, so they're going to come at you. I suspect we'll have a big play or 2, but they're going to come at us and hit us.
7 guys on that line of scrimmage, and Mitchell now rolls out the bootleg pass there. He had
him open.
Yeah, he had his tight end, number 47, Paulie Hayes. Looked like he was open initially, but couldn't quite connect with him, and now Center Grove's going to have to punt. And haven't seen too many punts from the Trojans in the first 5 games, but looks like Michael Mitchell going to be back to punt. Deep to return for the Bears, number 2, Jacob Cunningham.
I think it's Walker maybe back to punt.
Oh, okay. 1. You're right. Blake Walker. And he's going to run a fake. And it slips out of his hand. And they're going to call that an incomplete pass. Man, that was
we actually got a little lucky there. I think that was almost a fumble that they could have picked up. So
it looked like he was looking for number 8, Willie Frazier, and he was open right at the first down sticks. But as Walker tried to throw it, it slipped out of his hands for an incomplete pass. So Coach Painter dials up a little razzle-dazzle trick play on 4th down from that punt formation, and unfortunately for Center Grove, it falls incomplete, so Lawrence Central are going to take over in great field position. 53 seconds remaining here in the first quarter. Still no score, and we're going to get a timeout from Coach Painter. I don't know if he's got somebody in there.
Maybe short a guy on the field.
Yeah.
We only had 10 guys on the field there, Rick.
So number 48 comes back out there, Aiden Usher. But Saturday morning football today is brought to you by Duke Homes, Coldwell Banker Stiles, and Bailey and Wood Mortgage. We appreciate their sponsorship not only today but all season long for the freshman and JV doubleheaders. And this is something, Greg, that we started doing. I think this is our third year, and it's really nice. And I got to give credit who started it. It was the Mick that started doing these. It used to be, obviously, when Noah was younger, that they'd have the freshmen at the same place as where the varsity played on Friday nights, and then the JV would go to the opposite place. And the Mick decided that they would prefer to have both teams travel together. So this has been pretty nice, little double headers over the last 3 years.
I think this is incredible. It's probably great for the officials. It's got to be a big deal from an official perspective, transportation costs, and being able, I think, for the coaches to have both their teams in the same place on the same day, to just be able to evaluate players is really a great option. So I'm excited for it.
Yeah, and I think obviously some of these high school coaching staffs, we'll talk a little bit more on the quarterback trying to run on this one, and we got a flag on the field, probably another. Yep, looks like it's going to be a hold on Lawrence Central. But so many of these high school coaching staffs don't have maybe a dedicated freshman coach or JV coach. They kind of rotate through guys to do that. So you're right, it makes a great opportunity for those coaching staffs to be able to see both their freshman and JV teams. It's going to be a hold on first down, so that's going to back up LC 10 yards. So it'll be 1st and 20 back at midfield. We're 45 seconds remaining here in the first quarter. A very quick first quarter, and one that Lawrence Central has dominated time of possession so far. Lawrence Central with now trips on the right side and two more guys on the left side. Empty backfield, and now pressure on the quarterback. He's trying to get around, and he's absolutely crushed. Picked off by Willie Frazier. 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown Frazier.
What great pressure by James Grant at linebacker. Flushes the quarterback. Quarterback's trying to make a play, and number 8, Willie Frazier, with just a great play to step in front of that ball and take it down the sideline for a touchdown.
Frazier takes that one. 48 yards for a touchdown. And for Frazier, Greg, 2 straight weeks with a defensive touchdown. Last week he stripped the ball carrier on the 4-yard line as they're getting ready to go into the end zone, and then returns it 96 yards today. He gets Center Grove on the board first with a 48-yard pick six.
Always a good thing when the defense is scoring touchdowns. So at least our defense is scoring touchdowns.
So with 11 seconds remaining here in the first quarter, and you got Tyler Loudon will be back to kick the PAT. Late guy getting on for Center Grove. Snap back a little bit low, but a good job at placing that, and Loudon drills that one through the uprights for the PAT.
You're right, Rick. First time I've seen him kick. Great leg. Probably would be playing varsity on a lot of football teams in Indiana. Unfortunately, he's got Dallas Cornprobst, who's a heck of a kicker himself, in front of him. So
he didn't have too bad of a night last night, did he, Greg?
52-yarder.
51 and then a 41-yarder that he followed up with in the same quarter there in the second quarter. So, yeah, and I think Kevin said the school record is 53 by Dom Mancini several years ago. But the only other 50-yarders I remember is Luke Eckert
in the state championship game.
And he goes back-to-back because they called a timeout, or a penalty or something after the first one. So, and I think his was a 50-yarder.
At 50 yards, I think.
In Lucas Oil. So, impressive performance by Cornprobst, but you're right. And Loudon, also a soccer player, but he plays for the MLS Next program, so he doesn't play for the high school team. His brother last year, Austin, was a fantastic soccer player who played in the MLS Next program his freshman through junior year, and then decided his last year to play at for the high school team, and he was fantastic for that team last year. Kickoff by Loudon deep again, and good return, and 5.2 seconds remaining in the first quarter. So we'll get one more play off here before we go to the first quarter timeout. I forgot to
enjoyed watching Loudon's brother play soccer last year. He played soccer a little bit like a football player. Very physical, aggressive soccer player, great around the goal. Fun to watch.
And that clock winds immediately. So we will go to our first commercial, and after one quarter, it's Center Grove 7, Lawrence Central 0.
Guys, Billy and Wood closes in days, not weeks.
Well, it looks like the hometown team of Bailey and Wood Mortgage Lenders is running some really great plays.
Yeah, Walker. It is the winning combination of in-house processing and underwriting, along with providing 5-star customer service that gets you to the closing table fast.
It's pretty evident that Bailey and Wood is the winning team for all your mortgage needs.
Mortgages and snacks.
Yeah.
If you could live anywhere, where would it be? And what would it be like? With today's home values, this is the perfect time to sell and make those dreams real. When you work with a world-class agent at Coldwell Banker, you benefit from trusted guidance and our revolutionary seller's assurance program to make your home sale more rewarding than ever. So it really is true. Your dreams don't have to be just dreams.
Back here at Ray Skillman Stadium as we start the second quarter. Center Grove, on the strength of the 48-yard pick six by Willie Frazier, leads 7-0 over Lawrence Central. First and 10 for Lawrence Central at the 30-yard line. Pressure up the front. That's McFarland. The quarterback gets away from him and now scrambles for about a 3-yard gain. And Lawrence Central Bear down behind the play. Oh, he finally gets up, one of their offensive linemen. But man, Greg, McFarland had him dead to rights in the backfield and couldn't quite bring him down.
Quarterback's pretty elusive. McFarland, great job busting through the line, putting pressure on the quarterback and flushing him out to the right side. But man, that quarterback's pretty elusive. We've seen that on a few plays so far.
So he scrambles to pick up 3 on first down. 2nd and 7 at the 33-yard line of Lawrence Central. They've had the ball 3 times on offense. Pretty good drive on the first drive that ended on downs. Hand off to the running back. I think that's Scott again, Jordan Scott. Short gain on 2nd down, so that's going to bring up 3rd and 5.
Much better job there by our defensive line. Closing that gap pretty quickly, maybe 97.
Lanson, I think, on the tackle along with Euler.
Right.
So 3rd and 5 now for Lawrence Central at the 35-yard line. We're just underway here in the second quarter. 8 minutes remaining. Center Grove leads 7-0 over Lawrence Central. Very competitive first quarter.
Watch for receiver number 2. Not sure where he is here, but seems like he's been his favorite target here on 3rd and long.
Center Grove going to bring pressure. It's Grant up the middle on that pass attempt, but you make him throw a little bit early, Greg, and we saw it on the varsity level last night, just making that quarterback a little bit uncomfortable. Causes him to throw it before he wants to, and incomplete pass.
Great job by the defense, as you said, putting a little pressure. I thought we had good coverage there. But they're clearly two's their guy, so we're going to need to watch him the rest of the game.
So now 4th and 5. Looks like for now, Lawrence Central back in punt formation, and there's our answer for who the quarterback is. It's Dwayne Browning, since he's back to kick for them. So today, instead of 5 on the roster, he is 13. But he's back to punt formation. Back deep for Center Grove. Signer, a little bit of a high snap. And ball off the side, but he gets a great
bounce. Great bounce.
So that's going to be about a 27, 28-yard punt for Lawrence Central, of which about 15 was off of the bounce. But still good field position for the the freshman Trojans to take over at the 37-yard line of Lawrence Central.
We'll see if we can get this offense going. 3 plays and a fake punt our first series, and only the second time we really had a chance to move the ball. So we'll see if we can get a little drive here.
Busy day for Center Grove Athletics across the complex here, plus elsewhere. We'll get to that throughout the course of our freshman and JV games. Center Grove, and that snap is way high to Mitchell, and Mitchell wisely just falls on it. That's going to be a big loss on first down. Take them back all the way to the 25-yard line, so loss of 12 on first down. And you're right, Greg, the offense just hasn't clicked yet in today's game.
Have not found a rhythm yet, so second and long. Just puts us in a little tough spot as we try to move down the field here.
Snap to Mitchell, this time a little bit low, and man, Lineberry is met right away by number 29, Jason Jean-Louis. From that,
like a little corner blitz maybe here on the left side, 29, and man, he just shot out of a cannon right through the line of scrimmage, deep in the backfield.
Yeah, impressive play by him, and another loss of 4 for Center Grove. So now third and they got to get to the 47-yard line, and they're on the 21, so 26 yards.
I'd say a long 25 for sure.
See if Mitchell can throw a deep ball here, but you got to have enough time to throw. Mitchell just hands off here to Blake Walker, and good yardage, but still carrying guys. That's a good chunk of that back, about 10 yards on third down, but that's going to bring up 4th and 16 now, so Center Grove will be back to punt again with Blake Walker punting.
Coach Painter's got to be a little frustrated right now with the way our offense is executing. Just poor execution so far these first 2 series. Hopefully we'll get it fixed and convert this to some positive gains.
So Walker back to punt. Back deep for Lawrence Central. Can't quite catch the number. It's probably there was 12 guys on the field. And Walker again, and that one's going to be picked off. And unfortunately for Center Grove, the referees did not. Oh, there is a flag. I do see a flag. So they did see there was 12 guys on the field for Lawrence Central. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Still 12 guys out there.
Still 12 guys.
They can't say anything about it. But once again, Center Grove does the fake punt, and for the second time, it does not work. So 12 guys on the field. Is that just a 5-yard penalty, I believe? Still bring up
4th down.
4th and long.
Jamal Craig for the defense with a nice step-in interception there.
Oh, we got a holding on Center Grove, plus the
replay the down.
So they'll replay the down here. So a little bit of a break, even though it's only going to be 5 yards. So Center Grove, those penalties will offset. So they'll still bring up 4th and 16, and we'll see if Coach Painter decides again to run the fake punt with Walker. It's been unsuccessful 2 straight times, and you're right. That was a nice play there by Lawrence Central. They got the pick. They would have taken over in great field position, but it comes back because of the penalties.
I'm going to place my chips on Coach Painter punting this one, kicking this one away.
Walker back deep again. Oh, and instead, man, just hasn't been a very crisp performance so far for the freshman Trojans, but guess what? They're 14 years old or so. That happens on occasion.
It happens on occasion. It's early on a Saturday morning.
So now 4th and 21 for Center Grove. So Lawrence Central should take over again in great field position.
It's like number 2, Cunningham, the wide receiver, back to receive the kick.
Walker,
Nice kick.
Beautiful kick. Can he get a roll on that? He does. Wow, what a kick by Blake Walker. That's going to go all the way down to the 27-yard line. So quick math, 46-yard punt.
Great kick. Great kick by Walker. Great bounce.
Completely flipped the field for Center Grove. We talked about it last night, Greg. That's why they say there's 3 facets to the game. Offense, defense, everybody knows about, but special teams last night were huge for the Center Grove varsity team.
It's huge. You know, when you can really play special teams, whether it's kicking the ball, kicking field goals, or returning kicks, makes a huge difference in the game. You can flip the field, you can change the field position, and if you can make explosive plays, it's even better.
Hand off to Scott. Scott trying to bounce it to the outside. He does get to the outside. That's going to be another hold on the edge. You could see that Signer and Frazier in pursuit, but I think it was Signer that got held on the outside. Man, you're in no man's land when you run the ball the outside and you're one of those wide receivers or tight ends trying to get the corner, and you got a handful of jerseys, so another penalty for Lawrence Central is going to back them up.
We've had a tough time keeping 4 inside the tackles. I think great speed, being able to bounce it out a few times. So hopefully we can make some adjustments here, keep him inside the tackles.
4:25 left here in the second quarter. Center Grove leads 7-0 off of the defensive pick 6 by Willie Frazier. Lawrence Central 1st and 20, handoff to Scott again, and he's got space again, a couple missed tackles, and he gets that 10 yards back plus 2 on first down. He does come up a little gingerly.
Like Signer again, maybe on the tackle coming up there. 2nd and long.
2nd and 8 for Lawrence Central again. Handoff to Scott again. This time he's still looking for space. Finally, they're able to corral him after maybe a loss of 1. Number 15, Will Geiger, in on that tackle for Center Grove.
Will Geiger, Usher did a great job, I think, keeping him on the cutback inside the tackles, and Geiger came in and finished him off. Great play by the defense there. Yeah,
and after he came up a little bit gimpy the last play, they handed it off to Scott one more time, and now after that play, he's down on the ground and wants them to look at his, I thought it was his ankle or his knee. Center Grove training staff along with Lawrence Central coaching staff out there to check on him. But he's been impressive so far, Greg, and that would be a big loss for them.
That would be a huge loss for them. He's clearly been their best runner, explosive, able to get outside, made a few great runs. I'd be surprised if he does not make it back into this game. I think he'll walk this thing off and get back out on the field.
Yeah, so good to see he does walk off, albeit gingerly. He walks off on his own power to the sideline. He'll get checked out more by the trainer over there. So a loss of 1 on that play brings up 3rd and 8 for Lawrence Central. 3:38 remaining here in the second quarter. Center Grove still leads 7-0. Beautiful Saturday morning at Ray Skillman Stadium.
This is a big play here for the defense. Try to get the ball back with a few minutes left to try to score before the end of the half. Wouldn't be surprised if we dial up a little blitz here.
5 guys on the line of scrimmage. Grant at that linebacker position. Euler looks like he's coming from the right defensive end. Browning deep in the gun. Wilson beside him.
Watch 57 here, yeah.
Quick hitter on the right side, and that one outside the outstretched arms of Tristan Rollins for LC. So that's going to bring up 4th and 8 for them, and they're going to get back in punt formation with Browning deep again.
Good pressure on the quarterback again. Had to release it quick, and as you said earlier, Rick, it's really tough on the quarterback when they can't get their feet set, and they got to get rid of it quick. So hopefully here, we'll have a little over 3 minutes left after this, have a chance to actually put together an offensive drive and try to score before the end of the half.
Browning deep for Lawrence Central, good snap back to him. Punts that away with the left foot. Here comes Signer, and then he just lets that bounce and gets a little bit of a roll there. Take it down to the 42-yard line where Center Grove will take over. And so far, Greg, the offense has not moved the ball very well at all here in the first half.
Time of possession is heavily in favor of Lawrence Central right now. So
yeah, Center Grove very fortunate that they do have the lead, but that was because of the defensive touchdown. So 1st and 10 on the 42-yard line, 3:08 as they wind the clock remaining. Center Grove should have, I think, 2 timeouts. They used 1, I believe.
Should have 2 timeouts. It'd be nice to get a score here, and I think we get the ball to start the second half. So this is a big series for us to get a little momentum going into the half.
Lineberry and Walker deep behind Michael Mitchell. Mitchell hands it off to Lineberry. He's got a hole. Looked like a bigger hole, and then it was quickly shut off by number 10, Elijah Kearns, and I'm guessing that's probably the younger brother of number 10 for the varsity team last year, or last night, Earl Kearns. But a good gain on first down for Center Grove. They pick up about 6. 2nd and 6 from the 48-yard line. Mitchell under center again. Handoff this time right up the middle to Blake Walker, and he's going to have enough for a first down. And now is when you start to move a little bit quicker, Greg, as that clock ticks under 2 minutes.
It'll be interesting here to see if Coach Painter picks up the pace a little bit. We've got a little bit of an injury here, it looks like, number 72.
Yeah, Kyron Copeland comes off injury. I know he was battling some injuries early in the year. Man, another very big, very physically impressive freshman, 6'3", 215 pounds on that offensive line.
Tell you the size of these freshmen this year. There's a couple guys playing JV that we'll see in the next game that are freshman linemen. We've got a couple that are playing up on the varsity. Pretty incredible size with that class.
Mitchell under center for Center Grove. Hand off to Walker again, right up the middle. He's got space. 20, 10, 5, touchdown Trojans.
Touchdown, great run, great blocks, huge hole, and I thought Walker did a great job accelerating through the hole and did the rest with his speed. So
Walker goes 47 yards for the offense's first touchdown today with 1:27 remaining in the second quarter. And you're right, Greg, a huge hole on that offensive right part of that offensive line for Center Grove.
Fantastic hole, great job by the offensive line to create a hole. I think there was a lead block there by the tight end as well, or the wing back rather. Explosive plays. Coach Moore talks about explosive plays a lot. We've got to have explosive plays at all levels, offensively and defensively, special teams, and both of our touchdowns so far have been on one offensive, one defensive explosive plays.
Good hold by number 14, Nolan Lemasters, and Tyler Loudon drills another extra point through the upright. So Center Grove now leads 14-0 with 1:27 remaining here in the second quarter, and you got to credit that offensive line, especially the right side. That right side, Lane Robards, Logan Kennedy, and then the other side, center Ethan Rubish, Gus DeCote, and Andrew Hartman. And you're right, Greg, that doesn't count the 2 or 3 kids playing varsity,
right,
freshmen, and then another 6 or 7 that are on JV. That's part of this very, very impressive freshman class for Coach Moore.
Just the size is what's so impressive to me. I mean, you can get a lot of numbers, but when you can have great size coupled with some great skill players, it makes for a great team. So
Loudon kicks this one deep. If that stays in bounds, it's going to go all the way to the end zone, and that's the best thing that could have happened for LC versus that checking up, because their guy was running back to get it, but luckily for them, it goes into the end zone. So once again, another thing you don't see very often or at all at the freshman level is a touchback from the kicker.
Pretty incredible. You know, this first half has been interesting. Lawrence Central really, for the most part of the game, has dominated the game at the line of scrimmage. Both sides controlled the ball. Unfortunately, they don't have anything to show for it on the scoreboard yet. Center Grove's been able to make 2 explosive plays for touchdowns, but tale of two different teams right now.
Lawrence Central going to take over 1st and 20 as the clock starts to tick towards that 1-minute mark. Browning back deep behind line of scrimmage. Movement, on the left side from Lawrence Central, one of their wide receivers, number 2, Jacob Cunningham, moving a little bit early, so that's going to back them up another 5 yards. 1st and 15 for LC, and they might be wise here to just kind of run a couple plays and head to halftime. You're right, Greg. It feels like Lawrence Central offensively has moved the ball better than Center Grove and maintained possession for a good chunk of this first half. Handoff from Browning to in the backfield. That's Scott, still not back, so now Center Grove's going to use one of their timeouts. I think that was 17 carrying that, Isaac Wilson.
Maybe Jeremiah Denton maybe on the tackle there.
So timeout number 2 for Center Grove, and a loss of 1 on that play. Once again, we want to thank our sponsors for today's freshman broadcast. That's Duke Holmes and Mike Duke, Jake Stiles and the fine folks at Coldwell Banker Stiles, and then Bailey and Wood Mortgage. Appreciate their sponsorship not only today but all season long. Once again, Rick Embry and Greg Coy filling in for our buddy Kevin, who's across the street. Girls soccer has a doubleheader over there. They face McCutcheon out of Lafayette first. I think they'll get going about 10 o'clock, and then this afternoon they'll face Jeffersonville in their second match. So Kevin will be over there all day with those 2 broadcasts. Also, just to our right at the tennis complex is the day 2 of the Trojan Classic, and they'll face Homestead and I believe Zionsville today over there, and that's the last weekend before the postseason starts for Coach Beasley and the boys tennis team. Back to pass is Browning. He's getting some pressure from Lanson and throws it up. Good coverage, kind of hand fighting between both of those guys. That was number 10, Elijah Kearns. And then on the coverage for Center Grove, I think that was that 26?
26.
Greg
and
Owen Andrus.
Yes, Andrus, and then 30, the safety, O'Haver coming over to help. What a great day, Rick, for high school sports. Sun shining, tennis, soccer, football. What a great day for high school sports.
I mean, you also got, as we speak, the girls' regional golf down at the Legends. At Franklin at Center Grove. Probably one of 4 or 5 teams in the mix there for those 3 spots to head to state. Good run over the left side, and Center Grove going to use their last timeout with 37.3 seconds. But, they got going, I think, at 8:30 this morning, so we get some updates from Kevin on girls golf. But number 7 team, they finished runner-up in sectional to number 6 Franklin on Tuesday at Hickory Stick, and now top 3 teams down at regional will advance to the state finals next weekend up at Prairie View and Carmel.
I would think both Franklin and Center Grove have a great chance of advancing there. Pretty much a home course for both of them. Great job in the sectionals, and I think both teams have been in the state championship the last few years, so it'd be great to see the Lady Trojans advance to state again.
And a very young Lady Trojans team. They no seniors in that starting 5, at least at sectional. And, Franklin 6, Center Grove 7, Batesville's in the regional. They're 8. And then it goes down to number 15 Floyd Central, and also New Albany is also in the top 20. So it's probably those 5 teams for those 3 spots. 4th and 11 for Lawrence Central, and they're going to go back to punt. It's Browning again deep. Good snap back to him. He gets that off at the left foot, not very deep.
Short kick.
Center Grove lets it bounce, and it goes backwards for Center Grove. So now you got to hurry up and get the offense on the field, because as soon as they spot that ball, they'll wind the clock. So 28.7 seconds. You take over on the 36-yard line. Probably time, Greg, for 2, maybe 3 plays.
Yeah, I would think maybe 3, depending upon whether you can get a first down with a completion, spike the ball perhaps. This first play is really important if they're going to try to get a chance to score.
Oh, Mitchell looking on the sideline.
Get out of bounds.
Oh, and the Masters. He gets the first down, Greg, but he doesn't get out of bounds.
Got to spike it here.
Yeah, picks up 12, and you're right. They're hurrying the line of scrimmage, and down goes one of the LC guys, which probably benefits
Center Grove here by stopping the clock.
So he goes down on the right side, 14.8 seconds. Center Grove on the 25-yard line. Here's the other thing, Greg.
Probably in field goal position.
You got a kicker like Loudon, like I said, 40-yarder that he kicked up at Carmel. I mean, right now would be 42 yards from the 25-yard line. So, yeah, that's
get 8 or 10 yards and spike it and give him a shot.
So the trainer's out to check on the Lawrence Central guy, and
he's got plenty of leg to kick at 42 yards.
So that's number 17, Isaac Wilson. Good to see him get up and walking off the field on his own power.
Playing both ways. He was playing running back the last couple of series for him.
Center Grove going to come back on the field here, and you probably got to get ready to snap the ball, because they'll wind the clock, I think, as soon as the coaches get off the field. 1st and 10 on the 25-yard line, now they bump it out to 18 seconds remaining.
Yeah, one-on-one out left.
Clock winds.
Got a chance.
Mitchell throwing it deep. Oh, that's a clear pass interference, but honestly a smart play, Greg, because Center Grove guy was going to catch that and cruise in the end zone. That was number 7, Wesley Matheny. Great ball from Michael Mitchell. So they'll go from the 25 at full 15 yards. So will that go to the 10-yard line?
Yeah, they left that corner out on an island with no safety over the top, and you could just kind of see that was where Mitchell was going to go with the ball as they walked up to the line of scrimmage. Good opportunity here to score a touchdown.
Yeah, actually half the distance to the goal, so they'll mark that at the 12.5-yard line. 11.7 seconds remaining. So you're right, Greg. You got probably one opportunity to throw it in the end zone and see if you can get 7 instead of settling for the 3.
I think you got to throw it in the end zone here. I'm afraid, or get out of bounds if you.
Mitchell in the end zone. Oh, and luckily for Center Grove, that one almost picked off by number 6, Tristan Rollins.
Great defensive play there. That was the right play for Mitchell to throw it in the end zone, give it a shot. Defense made a nice play there. Looks like we're going to see Loudon for a field goal.
So this one will be right at 30 yards, maybe 29. Yep, he's gonna put the tee right there, and LeMasters will hold. Loudon from 29 yards. Good snap back. LeMasters gets it down, and Loudon drills it, and it's good. Tyler Loudon from 29 yards, and Center Grove with 2.9 seconds remaining here in the second quarter. Tacks on another 3.
So after a really slow offensive start, 10 points here in the last minute and a half. Pretty impressive for the Trojans. So get the ball back to start the half, and if we can take a drive down there and score, it would be really, really tough for Lawrence Central to overcome that, I would think. Yeah,
good point there, Greg. Center Grove will receive to start the second half after we take a timeout break at halftime. You're right. After offense not scoring any points in the first quarter, come alive here, and really, Greg, in the last minute and a half. Center Grove scored on that big run from Walker with a minute 27 left in the second quarter, and then great job by that defense of getting a 3 and out, and then a couple plays later, Loudon puts 3 more on the board. 2.9 seconds remaining here in the second quarter.
We'll see if Loudon can put another one in the end zone. I'm guessing he may just bounce it along here, but
You're right. Oh, it goes straight off of the Lawrence Central guy. But that's going to be, yeah. I don't know. I don't think he intentionally meant to do that.
I don't think so.
But that's going to be, just we're going to make sure that the officials, that did run out the clock for the first half. So we'll go to halftime. We'll take a break here, and we'll be back. So at halftime here at Ray Skillman Stadium, it's the Center Grove Freshmen 17, Lawrence Central 0. We'll be back.
It's absolutely special, obviously, to have a kid in the Super Bowl and to have a kid win a national championship in college.
Play in the NFL. That's every little kid's dream when they step on a football field. But just being able to get to that, that opportunity and moment, especially being with the Chiefs, like I was saying, it's just been a blessing. And Coach Moore, all my family, and all my friends around me too, have helped me along the way.
Ever since I stepped foot off of Center Grove, I've definitely heard from, I'd say thousands of people from around this community, and I've just felt so much love from them. It's been great.
We have a great professional community because our parents are caring and our parents understand the importance of Center Grove. So many great schools come here to recruit, and everybody asks me, well, why would schools, these great academic schools, come here? Because they know they get the best student athletes. Center Grove teachers are the best teachers, and they teach college prep classes.
I feel like with Center Grove, I feel like you just set at a higher standard just from everybody. And it kind of just pushes you to want to be the best version of yourself.
Man, it's just been an amazing opportunity just to grow up in this, this type of area. Even since we were young, all the families, parents, moms and dads have been there for everybody.
That family atmosphere where everybody takes care of everybody and we don't really worry about what's outside of our community. It's just we take care of ourselves so well.
I just want to say thank you to everybody for the support. It means the world to me.
There's a great community and a great atmosphere just for everything you do in Center Grove. I feel like everything you do, you have a great mindset, and it just all the people you're around, you feel like you're loved and you're supported by everything you do.
I love that they're humble, and I love that they still love to practice. But what I love the most is they're the greatest young men of all.
Do you see it? Do you see the potential? The potential for birthday parties on the patio. The potential for lazy weekends by the pool. Do you see the rain hitting the glass as you read a book with a cozy blanket on a cold winter's day? And do you see the science project being done on the kitchen table? Do you feel it? Do you feel the excitement of Christmas morning as the kids race down the stairs and as a family forms memories that can never be replaced? Do you hear it? Hear the crackle of the fireplace, the laughter coming from the next room, the sound of crickets as you call it a night. At Coldwell Banker, our people and our company are cut from a different cloth. We see, hear, feel, and sense things that others simply don't. Perhaps that's because we have a unique appreciation for this magical thing that defies description, that goes by the name of home. Because of this appreciation, and because of our dedication to be the best in the craft, our company has thrived for well over a century. This is why we're ranked #1 in agent trust. And this is why more people have turned to us to help them find and sell their homes than any other company in the history of America. We are Coldwell Banker. We do real estate differently. We do real estate with higher standards. And we have proudly guided people home since 1906.
Hey, I'm Jeff Saturday, and my favorite thing when I was a professional football player was Indiana. The Hoosier State always made me feel like family. That's why I trust Indiana's hometown mortgage lender, Bailey & Wood. This family-owned company not only gives back to the communities they serve, but also with their 5-star customer service, they can close on your dream home in days, not weeks. So remember, Indiana, you can always get your mortgages at a snap with Bailey & Wood.
Hey, Jeff, how does this look? Yay!
Not bad, bud, but let's stick to mortgages.
It may be intense, it may be emotional, but it's only a game. The Indiana High School Athletic Association reminds you of these sportsmanship tips.
When an official makes a call, accept it. When a member of the opposing team makes a great play, applaud it.
When an opponent extends a hand after the game, shake it.
Play it cool, practice sportsmanship. High school sports, pure spirit, pure sport. Go Trojans, go Trojans.
In the spirit of sportsmanship, we ask that all fans act responsibly and courteously to those around you.
Abusive language or disorderly conduct is unacceptable and not welcome at IHSA events.
Let's afford the student athletes, coaches, officials, and your fellow fans the respect they deserve.
Your cooperation is appreciated, and please enjoy the game. Go Trojans!
Go Trojans!
At Peterman Brothers, we see ourselves as more than a home service company.
We're here to serve you, not just your home.
Even if it's not about your heating, cooling, plumbing, or electrical system.
We want to make sure when we come out, we're leaving you in a better state than when we arrived.
And if we do mess up, we'll stand behind our work and not give up until we make it right.
Because we're here to serve you, however we can.
In the spirit of sportsmanship, the Indiana High School Athletic Association reminds you that high school sports do more than thrill and inspire us.
They help prepare today's young athletes to be tomorrow's community leaders by teaching valuable skills like discipline, dedication, and teamwork.
High school sports, pure spirit, pure sport. Go Trojans!
Go Trojans!
Go Trojans!
Back here at halftime of the Center Grove Lawrence Central freshman game, and at halftime Center Grove leads 17-0 over Lawrence Central. About a minute left before we get underway in the second half. And Greg, just your assessment of the first half.
Yeah, I think it was interesting to watch the first quarter. Lawrence Central just control the football. Some really good athletes with Scott, Cunningham, the receivers. Just did a great job controlling the football. They kind of got behind the chains a little bit with some penalties, but they're certainly explosive. And I think for Center Grove, probably not. I think Coach Painter probably not very satisfied with the first half, especially offensively. I think he probably may have lit into that team a little bit at halftime. Hopefully, little motivational speech, so to speak, and we'll see if we can come out execute. Really, mostly execution, I think, Rick. That was not up to standard for what you would expect from a Center Grove team.
Yeah, you got in trouble there on the first drive with a snap over the head of the quarterback, and then you had a couple penalties there. So obviously that offense got going a little bit in the last minute and a half to get 10 points on the board, but they'll get the ball here at the start of the second half. Once again, Rick Embry along with Greg Coy. They're getting ready to get underway over at the soccer complex with the varsity girls' first match today against McCutcheon out of Lafayette. And they'll have another one after that, Jeffersonville. So we'll do the freshman game here, and then we'll take a break and do the JV game. And we're hoping at the halftime of the JV game we'll have Coach Moore come up here and talk a little bit about the varsity's 36-0 win last night. Greg, I know you watched a majority of that game last night. Just what were your thoughts on the big win last night?
Yes, we have just been able this season. It's been a little different season back a couple years ago when my son played. We were throwing it around a little bit. A little untraditional Center Grove football back then when we were passing a little more, but it's really been fun this year to just watch us dominate the offensive line of scrimmage and be able to run the ball. 4, 5, 6 different backs that have been able to really excel offensively. That offensive line is huge, and I think we saw the same thing last night. We just ran the ball right at them, and it's pretty impressive right now to watch us play offensive football that way.
Looks like to kick off for Lawrence Central, that's Dwayne Browning. And Boots takes the left foot, boots it up ahead, and that's I think that's Marcus, number 20. Cortland Marcus, one of the up men, and does a good job of just going straight up the field, Greg, and Center Grove going to have great field position to start this second half.
Great return, didn't dance around, just caught the ball and went straight up the field, and probably a 15, 20-yard return, so great job by Marcus there.
Yeah, Marcus had 2 touchdowns last week against Chittard in that big 40-6 victory for Center Grove, and 5-0 coming in. They're well on their way to staying undefeated.
I expect us to just run the football right at them this series. We'll see what happens here.
Mitchell under center, and big hole to start out with. That's Blake Walker. He needs one block. He gets around the corner. 20, 10, 5. He dives for the pylon.
Touchdown.
54 yards. Blake Walker gets in the end zone for his second time today. And Center Grove, man, Greg, you called it. First play from scrimmage in the second half. Big hole on that left side, and Walker hits pay dirt.
Huge hole. Hartman, DeCote, great hole. Great run by one. Looks like Coach Painter's halftime speech must have worked. So explosive plays. There you go again.
Walker goes 54 yards on that TD run, and now Loudon out for the extra point attempt. It's low. LeMasters does a great job of
on the hold,
getting that down, and Loudon doesn't. A lot of times you'll see a kicker, as you know, Noah was the holder several times for Center Grove. Greg, a lot of times if the kicker sees that fumble or whatever, they kind of hesitate or pause, and if you do that, your timing and everything else is just messed up. Loudon just continued with his progression, and LeMasters, great job of getting that down for the extra point.
It's sort of one of the more underrated things in football is the ability and the teamwork with the holder and the kicker. So when the kicker trusts the holder that he's going to be able to find a way to get it down, it makes a world of difference.
So Loudon now 3 for 3 on PATs, plus he tacked on the 29-yard field goal at the end of the second quarter. Great game again for that young man. Center Grove now leads 24-0, 8:29 remaining here in the third quarter.
It's going to be a big offensive series for Lawrence Central here. If they can't move the ball, it's going to be a big chance for this game to get out of hand for them. They need to go back to controlling the football and moving it down the field.
Loudon kicks that one, but we got a flag there. It's going to be on Center Grove. Had a couple guys cross the line before Loudon put the foot into it, so they'll back Center Grove up 5 yards, and Loudon will kick from his own 35. Just underway here in the third quarter, and Center Grove strikes quickly. One play, 54-yard TD run. Walker's second TD run. First one was 47 yards, and that one 54. He was untouched on that one, Greg.
Puts him over 100 yards on two carries there, so he's got to be up in the 120, 130 range.
Loudon drills that one. It didn't stay in bounds, man. That was almost a perfect kickoff there, but it took a hard left out of bounds. So break for Lawrence Central, because that one would have pinned them deep into their own territory. Instead, they'll get it at the 35-yard line. The 35 or 40? Looks like the 40.
I think it's 40. It's going to be interesting here to see if LC sticks with their first half game plan of controlling the clock, controlling the ball, or if they start to try to air it out to try to get back in this game.
Well, a big part of that offense in the first half still not out there after he went down. That's Jordan Scott. He went down with a little bit of a leg issue about halfway through the second quarter, and he's still not out there. So Browning back to pass. He's going to air one out. Signer turns around, and that one goes out of bounds, so incomplete pass. Great job by Signer of turning around and finding the ball.
Great coverage, right on his hip. Look for the ball. Just fantastic corner play there.
And Lawrence Central was looking for number 6 on that one. That's Tristan Rollins. Pretty good ball by Browning, but like you said, Signer right there.
Signer's been really impressive to me. Like I said, I haven't seen these guys play. He's been on a lot of tackles. Great job, covering from his safety position. Very active in the defensive backfield.
Just hand off to number 17, Isaac Wilson.
Maybe Talon McFarland there with a nice tackle.
Yeah, Euler also involved, McFarland. So short gains about 2.5 yards on second down, so that's going to bring up 3rd and 8 for Lawrence Central. Another 3rd and long situation. We'll see if Coach Painter dials up some pressure.
Without Scott in the lineup for Lawrence Central, it'd be hard for them to run the football as effectively as they did in the first half. So I would be surprised if they're not throwing it here.
Yeah, you just got to be careful with Browning's ability to scramble like we saw a few times in that first half. Browning, quick hitter there to number 32.
Short of the first down.
Yeah, Geiger's the one that makes the tackle there. Tapek also in the area, but you're right, Greg. He picks up 5 yards, but that's going to bring up 4th and 3, and looks like LC's offense going to stay out on the field, and they're going to try to pick this one up. 6:55 remaining here in the third quarter. Center Grove leads 24-0 over Lawrence Central.
Be a good spot for a little quarterback draw here. See him keep the ball and run for the first down.
Lawrence Central, quick hitter, and that one's going to, man. He really didn't need to do that. That ball was well over the head of Jacob Cunningham, but they're going to get Willie Frazier for making contact a little bit early, and, man, that's a big pickup for Lawrence Central to keep this drive alive.
Tough call. Pretty good break on the ball by Frazier. A little bump with the belly, and that was a little tough call on Frazier.
3-yard pass turns into a 15-yard pass interference, and now LC with the ball at Center Grove's 38-yard line. 1st and 10, new set of downs. 6:37 remaining here in the third quarter. Trips to the left for Lawrence Central. One to the right. Hand off to Wilson. He cuts it up, but, man, right there to meet him first, Euler, along with McFarland again. It really feels like, Greg, they've done a much better job of stopping that run. Obviously, not having Scott in there is a big factor for LC, but
defensive
much better job.
Yeah, defensive line's done a great job here. A much better job than the first two series of just controlling the line of scrimmage.
Browning in the shotgun. Quick four-step snap, and he gets it out to number 6 for LC. That's Tristan Rollins.
Center Grove guy down.
Yeah, I think that's 42 for Center Grove. That's Jeremiah Denton, 6 foot, 195 pounds, and man, he looks like he's in a lot of pain right now. But nice little pitch and catch between Browning and Rawlings for LC, and now they're inside the 20-yard line. First down, Lawrence Central.
Browning's pretty talented at the quarterback position. Slings it pretty good, pretty accurate. When he has time to throw, he's been relatively accurate when he's had time. We haven't had pressure on him, and he can run it a little bit. So very impressive at the quarterback position. Hopefully this injury is not a severe one.
Yeah, they're not really looking at his legs or anything like that, which is good. I wonder if he just got the
wind knocked out of him.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, Denton is walking a little slowly to the sideline. But yeah, you hope that it's just something minor and Denton can return. But Lawrence Central now with the ball inside the red zone of Center Grove. 19-yard line, 1st and 10. Browning in the gun. Wilson beside him. 5:57 left in the third quarter.
Time for a big play here from the defense.
Central looks over on the sideline, gets the play call from Tavani Tatum, freshman coach. Back to pass is Browning, and now he scrambles. Oh, and he's got a guy out in the open, and that's going to be a touchdown.
Is that Rollins
That's
again?
Rollins again, but there's a flag in the backfield, Greg.
Holding. That dreaded yellow flag.
Yeah, the hanky, and that takes away the nice pass from Browning to Rollins again.
Great job extending the play by the quarterback, by Browning, and fortunately for the Trojans, holding penalty is going to bring that back.
So that's going to back them up 10 yards from the line of scrimmage there. So 1st and 20 for Lawrence Central. Browning was getting some pressure there, and that prompted the offensive lineman to grab one of the jerseys of Center Grove, and that's where the holding call came. So 1st and 20 for Lawrence Central at the 29-yard line now. Back to pass is Browning. He's getting pressure. Oh, and McFarland gets him.
What a great play by McFarland.
Did a great job of adjusting after it looked like Browning was trying to reverse field and get away from him. You don't see a lot, Greg, where a defensive lineman can make that same move as the quarterback, but that's what McFarland did there.
I think Browning snuck away from McFarland earlier in the game on a play like that. I think he wanted a little payback there. So great job by McFarland, sticking with the play and making a little spin move to make the tackle.
21-yard loss on that one. So this brings up the old 2nd and 41 play for Lawrence Central. Browning back to pass again, getting pressure again, and he's got a hold of him. Lanson, he finally gets him down. Ari Lanson. And now Browning is down in the backfield. Wow, that defensive line, Greg, 2 straight plays to to sack Browning, and Browning in a lot of pain right now.
Like he landed on a hand or a shoulder.
That's why I was wondering about shoulder, the way that he's. Lansing had him initially, but Browning pretty good strength there in the legs, kind of kept churning, and finally Lansing was able to get a hold of him, and he put him to the turf. And I wonder if you're right, if he landed on a wrist or landed on a shoulder there, that obviously would be a huge loss for Lawrence Central, because Browning's been pretty good for them today.
Browning's been really good. Hopefully he gets up and able to get back in the game, but he took a pretty good shot there from Lansing.
Now the good thing, if you trust their freshman roster, Greg, they have 5 guys listed as quarterbacks. So now some of those guys we've already seen in other positions, like Wilson's been a running back. He's listed as a quarterback, and Cunningham has played defensive back. So we'll see which of those guys, if needed, will come in for Browning. But Center Grove trainer down there again checking him out, and good to see.
Yeah, he's seen
Browning walking to the sideline under his own power. So yes, that's good to see. We'll tack on another 10-yard loss, Greg, and now it's 3rd and 51. What do you dial up in the playbook on that one, Greg? Back in the day at Perry Meridian.
Back in the day.
Back in the day at Perry, did you always go to? Aaron Holt tells me he was your main kind of receiver back in the day when you were quarterback. He said sometimes you struggled a little bit getting him the ball, but he was dynamic when he was out there at wide receiver. Is there any truth to that?
He was dynamic. In this situation, we'd probably go back to the triple option. I was much better. I was much better managing the triple option than I was the spread. So this would be a triple option play right here.
So I didn't know. I think it's number 21, Anthony Bailey, in for Lawrence Central. He gets it, and he's just going to hand it off to Wilson. Short gain on 3rd and 51, and that's McFarland again, wreaking havoc from that defensive line. So gain of 4, and that's going to bring up. Now the bad thing about Browning being out for them as well is he's also their punter. So looks like they're going to bring in the punting unit, and number 29 going to go back. That's Jason Jean-Louis. Apologize if that's not the proper. Oh, Browning's going to come back and actually punt.
That's a good sign. That's a good sign to see Browning back in the game.
So he's going to punt from his own 44. That's Signer back deep again for Center Grove. We're at the 3:35 mark remaining. Snap back to Browning. Browning left foots it. Good spiraling punt there. Signer gets it. No fair catch. And good job of coverage there by Lawrence Central. I think that was Kearns, number 10 on the tackle. About a 4-yard return for Signer, and now that Center Grove offense going to take over again. And Greg, it only took them one play to get on the scoreboard here in the second half.
I think Lawrence Central's probably just the defense has been on and off. Hasn't been on the field a ton. Center Grove's been pretty quick when we've scored. I expect that these guys are going to exert some influence here on the offensive line of scrimmage. I expect we're going to run it right at them again.
1st and 10 on the 34-yard line for Center Grove. It's Walker again. Oh, and this time.
Great tackle.
Yeah, caught with the shoestrings. That's number 52, Graydon Sears for Lawrence Central. You're right. If Sears doesn't get that one, Greg, then Walker might be off to the races again.
Great tackle by 52, and let's see if we run a little sweep here.
2-yard gain by Walker on 1st down. 2nd and 8 now. Clock under 3 minutes left here in the 3rd quarter. Center Grove leads 24-0. Mitchell under center.
Here comes a sweep.
Lineberry gets outside. He's into the secondary. Now looking to turn the corner. Finally knocked out of bounds, but big gain there for Lineberry. He called it, Greg. A nice sweep action there. Good job of blocking down the field. I think that was number 10, Caleb Stomps. with some good blocks, but big gain by Lineberry.
Great job on the edge, blocking the end. I think wing back and tight end there on the end, and great pull block down the field. So big play for Lineberry.
40-yard gain by Lineberry, and now Center Grove once again has the ball inside right at the 20-yard line. 1st and 10, Center Grove. 2:06 remaining here in the third quarter. Mitchell under center.
Little boot pass.
Boot pass. He's
got him wide open.
47 for, that's Paulie Hayes. And Hayes gets in the end zone from Mitchell. 20-yard touchdown pass, and Center Grove now up 30-0.
Traditional wing tee execution, belly, sweep, boot pass. Doesn't get much better than that. Old school Center Grove football.
And Mitchell hit Hayes in stride from 20 yards. Now Loudon on to attempt the extra point. Good snap back to LeMasters, and Loudon drills another one. Got to get the centers. I think that's 63 is the center. That's Gus DeCote. So I think he's the one with the snaps, which is also sometimes an adventure at the freshman level. So credit to Gus for being able to get that ball back to LeMasters. Well, 2 possessions, 2 touchdowns. You called it, Greg, that you thought this offense would maybe have a little discussion there at halftime with Coach Painter, and they've come out and dominated this third quarter.
No penalties is a big difference. We had some penalties that stunted some drives early in the game and gave Lawrence Central the ball back. Come out a lot crisper. Blocking's been fantastic, and when you can do a little bit of everything, when you can throw it and run it, it just opens the whole game up for these guys. So it's going to be tough for LC to come back here.
Center Grove now up 31-0. We're at the 1:39 mark of the third quarter. Loudon again to kick this one off. Yeah, and if you're on that LC sideline, Greg, you're like, man, what happened in the first quarter? It felt like we dominated the game. We had time of possession, just couldn't find a way to get any points on the board, and now they've just been hit with the onslaught. Good kickoff again by Loudon, and Cunningham on the return, and good job. And once again, we've called his name a lot of times here, Greg.
Colt Siner.
I remember seeing Siner growing up when we do the Bantam Super Bowls. He was involved in that, and in the last couple years we've been fortunate enough to do a few JRT games, and not only a great defensive back but also a fantastic running back those years in middle school and everything else. And you see it right there. Siner, great speed, and man, he fits in well at that safety position.
Great speed. He's physical, tackles well. He's going to be a name that we're going to hear a lot of over the next 3 years.
Lawrence Central going to take over on the 19-yard line, and looks like Browning is back, so that's good to see. Nothing serious as far as shoulder or wrist or anything like that. Browning in the gun, low snap, but he handles it. Now he throws it out deep.
Got a guy. Look out!
There is a flag. We'll see if that's on Center Grove. Siner out of nowhere,
track him down.
Wow, that's a great individual play
effort
to prevent the touchdown. But once again, we got another flag back here. We'll see if that's going to be. Oh, that's going to be pass interference on Center Grove. So Browning, nice play there. Center Grove DB fell down. He was in decent position to knock that one away at least, Greg, but fell down, and I think that was Rollins with another big play there for Lawrence Central.
Yeah, Cunningham and Rollins as their 2 receivers, 2 and 6, have been pretty impressive. I think small guys, very quick, good hands. Obviously, they're explosive, and that's kind of been Lawrence Central's MO the last several years is, hey, we're going to use our athletes, we're going to get them down the field, and we're going to chuck it as far as we can. And, most of the time their guys are going to be able to outrun the other guys.
Yeah, Browning now scrambles again, and he's going to have good yardage and going to be a first down inside the 5-yard line for LC.
Great play by Browning. Looked like he may have had a guy open in the end zone that he missed, but great effort to get another first down.
One of those things, Greg, that's kind of tough sometimes when you're rolling to your left if you're a right-handed quarterback there, and
hard to throw back.
Yep.
Yeah.
He made the smart decision there, just pull it down and picks up first down via the legs. So 1st and goal now on the 4-yard line for LC. 26 seconds remaining here in the third quarter. Browning in the gun again. He's going to hand that off on the jet. Good job of cutting it up, and that's Rollins. Gets in the end zone. So LC on the board here late in the third quarter.
Great drive by LC. I think the biggest thing you saw on this drive is they had no penalties and they had no negative plays. So when they've been able to, stay consistent, move the ball down the field, they've been able to control the ball.
LC going to go for it here. Don't anticipate they have a freshman kicker, so they'll go for 2. Browning again. Well, this time he was looking for his guy and sacked straight up the middle. That's number 44, Zach Euler, and now Browning down again. So 2-point conversion, no good.
Euler most of the game's been pretty good with his pressure on the quarterback. Been pretty impressed with him as a quarterback pressure. It's been fun for me to see some of these names. You were talking about Colt Signer. I haven't been around the program for a couple of years after 15, 20 years of being around it. And you hear these young guys' names, but you really don't get a chance to see them play unless you're doing the Super Bowls or out at the Bantam Field. So it's been fun for me to kind of see some of these guys, the Signers, the Geigers, Euler, Mitchell. It's been fun to watch these guys.
That's one of the points I always make with Kevin, Greg, is that's why I enjoy doing these games. And obviously in a couple weeks we'll be doing the middle school rivalry games right here at Ray Skillman Stadium. And so then it's not a surprise when we start doing the games on Friday nights and all of a sudden a Ricky Lange, who we watched play freshman last year. He didn't play JV, he played freshman last year, and we saw how talented he was as a freshman. And then a lot of people are like, where'd this kid come from? And we're like, he was really good in 8th grade at North, and he's really good as a freshman, and now you're seeing the difference on Friday nights.
Yeah, he's been fun to watch as he's kind of come through. I know Coach is probably not as excited that he's given him as many carries or has to give as many carries as he does right now. I know with the young guys he wants to bring them on a little slower, but man, Ricky's really stepped up the last couple of weeks, and he's going to be a good one.
Yeah.
Already a good one.
Yeah, you're hoping you can get some of those other running backs back, at least by postseason. We'll see what happens, but yeah, right now he's carrying a load with a little bit of Brody Tilton, who's also
sophomore.
Yeah, well, Tilton's a junior, but he's another guy that not very big, so not one that Coach Moore wants to give 15 or 20 carries to. But man, when he's had the opportunity the last couple weeks, he has got some blazing speed. So Lawrence Central going to kick this. It's number 77, and unfortunately we don't have a 77 on our roster. We'll see. It's been Browning that's kicked off for them to this point, but big old lineman gets the opportunity, Greg.
It's like we're thinking onside kick.
Well,
we don't have anybody back very far, so
either thinking onside kick or he might not be able to kick it very deep. Never good either where they have to turn over the tee, Greg, to kick it off.
We had it facing the other way there for a second.
That might be another indication we probably don't need to get very deep here. And here's the kickoff. Yeah, just a small one. Good job by Geiger.
Geiger
falling on that one. So Center Grove will take over here. Probably the last play if the clock doesn't run all the way out here in the third quarter. Yeah, they're gonna run the clock here. So that'll be the end of the third quarter as they wind the clock. So after 3 quarters, Center Grove leads Lawrence Central 31-6. We'll be back with quarter number 4.
If you could live anywhere, where would it be? And what would it be like? With today's home values, this is the perfect time to sell and make those dreams real. When you work with a world-class agent at Coldwell Banker, You benefit from trusted guidance and our revolutionary seller's assurance program to make your home sale more rewarding than ever. So it really is true. Your dreams don't have to be just dreams.
Hey, I'm Jeff Saturday, and my favorite thing when I was a professional football player was Indiana. The Hoosier State always made me feel like family. That's why I trust Indiana's hometown mortgage lender, Bailey & Wood. This family-owned company not only gives back to the communities they serve, but also with their 5-star customer service, they can close on your dream home in days, not weeks. So remember, Indiana, you can always get your mortgages at a snap with Bailey & Wood.
Hey, Jeff, how does this look? Yay!
Not bad, bud, but let's stick to mortgages.
Back here at Ray Skillman Stadium, start of the fourth quarter. Center Grove leads 31-6. They take over on the 48. Handoff right off the bat to Walker, and he's got space again, getting pushed by the big old guys up front, and he's going to be right at the first down mark. I think they're going to mark him a little bit shy, so gain of 9 for Walker. And yeah, Greg, we talked about it during the break. An impressive third-quarter performance by the Center Grove offense.
Walker's a great physical, inside the tackle running back. He's just done a really nice job. I wouldn't be surprised here we see another sweep here to Lineberry.
2nd and 1 for Center Grove, just underway here in the third quarter, 31-6. Handoff now to Lineberry. Another big hole there, and Lineberry gets 6-7 yards before he's even touched, Greg.
Nice little double dive play, lead block by Walker. Offensive line creating holes. Very, very impressive the second half here for the offense.
Yeah, on that right side, Logan Kennedy along with Lane Robards, number 52 on the right side. Big holes there. Easton brings the play in to Mitchell. Walker and Lineberry behind Mitchell. Under center. Hand off to Lineberry again. Through the hole. He gets a block from Walker and picks up great yardage on first down. Another 7.5 yards on first down. And, yeah, those holes after – you're right, Greg. First half, the first couple drives, that LC defense were doing a pretty good job of containing Center Grove.
Yeah, I thought they did a great job in the first quarter of just, first two series, I think we were 3 and out, and the offensive line was struggling to create holes, and we were having negative plays, and I don't think we've had a negative play yet in the second half, and that makes a huge difference.
2nd and 3 for Center Grove, 7 minutes left in the ball game. Now jet motion here, and that's Marcus. Marcus gets outside. Center Grove going to get a hold there by Lineberry. Yeah, he got the arms wrapped up. He didn't keep those inside, Greg, and that's an easy call for the referee.
Easy call, great effort. Lineberry's doing everything he could to try to make a block. Just got his arms outside, and there we go. Negative play there, but you gotta like the effort. The effort.
And you see the first guy who comes over to talk to him on that sideline. Long time Center Grove coach at multiple levels, John Summers. And the best part about John Summers, Greg,
his mom
bringing us cookies every Friday night, every Saturday morning. His mom Naomi, we're very appreciative of her cookie ability there, and but John obviously talked to Lineberry, and he said exactly what we said: keep the hands inside, and then you don't get called for that.
That's right.
So loss of 10 on that play. Oh, good play fake from Mitchell, but now pressure. He's got a lot of space on that left side. Mitchell looking for that first down marker, and he's looking for the out of bounds as well.
I don't think he got there. 14.
No, I think he's about a yard shy.
Cutting him off there. Dalton Walls, maybe. Dakari Walls.
So that's going to bring
3rd and short.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 3rd and 1.
Yeah, I got the pleasure of being around Coach Summers back when he was in the middle school program with my son Noah. Played for John, both football and basketball throughout middle school, and fantastic guy, but I agree with you. Naomi is the best. So
3rd and 2 for the Trojans now. Mitchell under center gives it to Walker. Big hole around the left side.
Good tackle.
And we talked about the guys on the right side. Let's talk about those guys on the left side. Andrew Hartman, Gus DeCote, and then at center, Ethan Rubish. Big hole there again for Walker. He's probably over 130, 140 yards today.
Yeah, he's got to be creeping up to 150, I would think. 2 long touchdown runs.
6:08 remaining here in the ball game. Center Grove in control, 31-6, as they well on their way to moving to 6-0, and for the entire program, that'll make 17-0 so far for the varsity through freshmen. Good fake there, and then Walker runs over people. He's going to be right at the first down sticks. Maybe a little bit shy there, so 2nd and short for Center Grove.
Great block there by the right guard, Lane Robards. Lane's a little undersized compared to some of these other guys, but physical, quick, gets around, does a great job inside there.
Caleb Stomps brings in the play for Mitchell. Mitchell has Marcus now behind him along with Blake Walker. 2nd and 1 on the 5-yard line or 6-yard line. Hand off to Walker. Walker into the end zone again. Signal touchdown Trojans. Walker gets in the end zone, Greg, for the third time.
3 touchdowns for Walker. Excellent offensive execution. Penalty there, but we came right back and just really exerted size, power, and influence there at the offensive line of scrimmage. Just ran the ball right down the field. So great job by the offense.
Loudon.
Very impressive second half.
Well, Loudon again on the extra point attempt. It looks like LC jumped on that one, so move that half the way or just decline that penalty and attempt the PAT again. So we'll have in between games about a 10-15 minute break for the JV teams to get warmed up and stuff. You see the Trojans across the way at Hog Island. Loudon again drills another one. He stays perfect today. So we'll take a break after the freshman game here, and then we'll get going on the JV game probably 10-15 minutes after that one starts. JV team also undefeated on the year. They've had some closer games. A 7-point game against Warren Central, a 4-point game up at Carmel, and then a 1-point win at Ben Davis.
We're playing a lot of freshmen on the offensive side of the ball, I think, at the JV level. 8 starters are freshmen, which is pretty unusual for us, at this level. So I'm excited to see those guys play.
Yeah, and a couple of those guys at running back position, Cameron Trice and Emmett Anderson, that you'll see both of those guys freshmen. And honestly, with as many injuries as the varsity has had, Greg, those guys are not,
next up.
not
They're
too
not
many
far
plays away.
Yeah.
So they both dressed varsity last night. Saw them going through warm-ups. A couple more very, very talented kids out of that freshman class.
Exciting for a freshman to be able to, dress for the varsity, be on the field. Just super exciting to be a part of this program when you're a young guy.
It's exciting to do that unless you're a freshman, Greg, and you're part of the scout team warming up before the Ben Davis game, and who was it? Was it Booker?
Booker.
One of those guys that are playing on Sundays now.
Yeah.
and we remember watching that. I chuckle about it now, but man, it was painful. Noah, Greg's son, as a freshman, just going through warm-ups and running the Ben Davis offense, and Booker gave him a little bit more than just a little love tap there as they were warming up, and I still remember hearing Noah's loud scream and going, "Oh crap!"
Yeah, that was Noah was pretty fortunate. He played a lot of football in the course of his career, a lot of baseball, basketball, and that was really the only injury of any significance, knock on wood, that he's ever had. And so pretty fortunate that it was his freshman year, but That was not a fun evening to leave the game, and that was a COVID year.
Oh yeah.
And Noah had worked his way into the lineup a little bit, where he was going to play behind Connor Delp that night, and Connor was sick. Fortunately, the Trojans, I think, put it on. Ben Davis pretty good that night, so wasn't a big deal. But yeah, we spent the night at the hospital. That was fun.
Browning scrambling again, trying to get outside. Oh, he makes a good move against that Center Grove defense and then gets a great block. He's still running.
He's going to go here. He's going to go. Yeah. Great block there by 2.
Unless Tapek can get him. He's tracking him down.
Come on, Zach.
Oh, makes a diving attempt. But, wow, what a run by Browning. And, once again, some backups in there for the Center Grove freshman team. But Browning with the 70-plus. He was at 23-yard line, so 77-yard touchdown run for Browning.
Browning's a heck of an athlete. He's going to be a good player for the Bears here over the next several years. Can run it, can throw it. Lawrence Central never short of athletes. Funny story back to Noah breaking his arm. We get to the hospital to get it reset, and the doctor that reset his arm was none other than Andrew Gudeman, former Center Grove football star. So I think on the 2008 state championship team. So
Browning attempts that pass. I think Browning was gassed. He needed some oxygen there after that winding run, 77 yards. But extra point no good for Lawrence Central, but that touchdown cuts it to a 25-point lead, 37-12. We're at the 4:18 mark remaining. In addition to all of those other sports happening here at Center Grove and elsewhere on a busy Saturday, also want to make sure we mention, if you need a car wash today, the Center Grove girls volleyball team is having a car wash fundraiser today from 10 to 1 at our old buddy Scott Hines home bank. There in Greenwood, right off of 135, just north of Olive Branch Road there at the home bank. So drop by there. A great day, a beautiful day. There's been some rain, and my black car especially has some spots on there from the rain this week, Greg. So hopefully I'll be able to run by there and get one.
Be a good trip. Hopefully, if you're lucky, you'll get out there and you'll get to see Coach Hines in a cutoff sleeveless T-shirt.
Man. Lucky might not be
with the hose going. So that'd be a great afternoon.
Scott actually joined onside kick attempt. Center Grove, I think, finally do get on it. But yeah, Scott was able to. Coach Hines was able to join Kevin a couple weeks ago when I went up to Purdue game. So Coach Hines joined him on Saturday morning football, and Kevin had a good time with him calling the JV and the freshman games.
Coach Hines has about as much Center Grove football history in his head as anybody around, so really good guy to talk to about Center Grove football.
So now we got some backups in for Center Grove. Camden Crookemeyer at quarterback, number 3. Walker still in there along with Marcus. Marcus scored 2 touchdowns last week. He started to move, but then reset himself. Hand off to Walker again. He's got a lot of space. He's at the 40. He's at the 30. Cuts back. Gets down all the way. That's going to take him over 200 yards, I would imagine.
I would think so. He's got to be over 200 by now. I'd be surprised if they don't take him out of the game at this point. Yeah, there he comes. Great game for Walker.
So coming into that backfield, Lineberry back in with Marcus.
Pretty impressive freshman backfield when you think about, you've got 3 freshmen, quarterback, 2 running backs starting at the JV level. You got these guys here that I think Mitchell's been great. These 3 running backs, Marcus, Lineberry, and obviously Walker, have been fantastic. So pretty good stable of running backs here for the Trojans here for the next few years.
Yeah, and also in the game now in the backfield, that's number 24, Samuel Bridges. But handoff to Marcus straight ahead, and he's got good yardage on first down as the clock goes under 3 minutes remaining. Also happy this morning, Greg, to not only have you helping out, but also my lovely daughter Ashley over here on the camera, home from Purdue for the weekend. And Kevin asked me on Thursday, hey, can Ashley help out? Because we also got soccer today, running a little bit thin. And Ashley, the way she spends money, needs to make a little bit of money. So glad she showed up this morning.
Did she take lessons from Jennifer Coy on how to spend money? Because if she needs any lessons, old Mrs. Coy is
a master.
She's a master. She could teach well, I'm sure.
Well, Center Grove unfortunately had a little mishandling of the ball there, so they turn it over back to LC. 2:20 remaining in the ball game. Once again, thank you to Duke Holmes, Mike Duke and his folks there, along with Jake Stiles and Coldwell Banker Team Stiles, and also Bailey & Wood Mortgage for their sponsorship today and the entire season. And Browning's going to sleep well tonight. He's back in there at quarterback, Greg, and he's, like you said, very impressive for a freshman. LC still with their starting.
Got a guy out here to the right.
He's wide open.
Cunningham,
and then good tackle there.
Good tackle.
Corrals him 26. That's Owen Andrus out there, but you're right. Little breakdown in coverage from the backups for Center Grove, and big play again for LC. Timeout Lawrence Central as the clock is at 1:49 left. It's again a couple girls soccer games across the way. They're underway over there. They started at 10 o'clock. Kevin's keeping an eye on me. Said I was off on the score by a point. Forgot to add a Loudon PAT, so 38-12 Center Grove. But yeah, he's over there. Girls soccer. To our right is boys tennis. They opened with Zionsville, and then also have Homestead. So how's this for a boys tennis last week of the regular season, Greg? They faced number 9 Bloomington South. Center Grove was ranked 10th coming into this week. They faced the number 9 Bloomington South Tuesday, number 1 Carmel Thursday, number 11 Jasper last night, and then number 3 Zionsville and number 2 Homestead today.
All this week.
Well,
they ought to be ready for the sectional.
Nobody can say they dodge anybody.
They are not dodging anybody.
So they'll have 3 sectional draws tomorrow, Greg. The boys tennis will be drawn at 6, and then their sectional actually starts on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday here at Center Grove. And then the boys and girls soccer will draw tomorrow night as well. They'll start not this week, but the following week. So everything's getting going. I'm keeping an eye. I got the live scoring on the girls golf, and for Center Grove, hopefully that goes better than the live scoring of the Ryder Cup is going so far, Greg, over
Cup
2 days.
Does not look good. We're gonna have to sweep the singles tomorrow, I think, to have a chance to win.
It's not good on your home course. Center Grove now 2nd and 10. Lawrence Central 1:43 remaining after that timeout, and they're going to back them up. So that'll make 2nd and 15. Go ahead.
Center Grove tennis program, Rick, over the last several years, both boys and girls, been pretty impressive, pretty solid.
Very very cool article in this morning's Daily Journal from our buddy Mike Bias about Coach Ivan Smith and the recent decision to rightfully name the tennis courts the Ivan Smith Tennis Complex. Oh, another great ball out there to Kearns, and Kearns just drops it. Man, Browning put that one out there perfectly to Kearns. He couldn't bring it in. But, yeah, great article, and then they'll rename those the Ivan Smith Tennis Complex. A great career for him, and still involved. He's an assistant coach now with Coach Beasley, and, yeah, it's between that and then Coach Burton with the girls program. Very, very impressive over the years.
I think Ivan maybe started coaching back when I was in high school, Rick.
76 is what.
Before my time.
Yeah, is what they said. So low snap there to Browning. He fields it. It's got a lot of time. He's going to throw that one deep as well. Center Grove guy in coverage, but he's going to get a penalty on that. Just didn't turn around and look for the ball there. Was in pretty good position.
Browning throws as good a ball of a freshman quarterback I've seen in a while.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember, Greg, if Allen.
I think he's a junior.
Was
maybe.
a junior.
I think he's a junior, but I'm not positive.
Oh, I do actually have there. He is actually a senior. So, yeah, you're right. Depending on what we see from the JV game next, Greg, you got to figure that Browning might be in the mix next year to take over at the varsity level.
I would think so. Put a little more meat on his bones. Get in the weight room, and but man, he throws a great ball.
1:28 remaining now. Lots of time for Allen. He's going to air one out this time. He goes short. Nice play there. And two nice moves from number 9, Jadavion Simmons, and Simmons going to get all the way down to the 20-yard line.
Great cut back. Another good ball. They're going to have a chance here to score again. See if the defense steps up here and stops him.
I like the way that Coach Painter has put in a lot of backups.
A lot of guys.
With such a big, that's going to be
15 guys on the field.
Yeah, there's a flag there. The guy in the back end zone and on the sideline they were running like crazy. But the fact that you got so many of those kids, Greg, and you know as well as I do, a kid that might not be very big as a freshman, and you want to last thing you want to do is see that kid and he's 6'3", 210 as a senior, and he quit playing football because he wasn't getting the opportunity. So great to see Coach Painter. He understands. I mean, a huge part of his job is getting those guys ready and having them continue to love to play football for Coach Moore.
I think that's probably his biggest job, is just continuing to teach the love of the game. And I think if he can keep guys in the program, these guys as they get older, as they develop, as the varsity coaches get a hold of them, you've seen it over the last 25 years, right? You see what happens with the success of the program. But it starts at the freshman level by teaching the love of the game.
Browning's pass is incomplete over there. That coverage,
33.
Oscar Pierce over there in coverage. So now under a minute left, 55 seconds. Girls soccer update. They lead 2-0 at halftime over McCutcheon. Game 1 of 2 over there at the soccer complex.
Let's see if these young defensive guys can hold here.
Browning in the shotgun again.
Looks like we maybe dialing up a blitz here. Good pickup.
But he gets around John Luis, but a good tackle.
Good tackle.
Get the number of that young man here. Maybe 43, maybe. Nolan Gephardt, I think, is who made that really nice tackle. And now
43 and 31, I think, was maybe in there as well.
LC is determined to not take any of those timeouts on the bus with them home, Greg. Timeout number 2. They're trying to get one more score on the board here.
That's all right.
Look at that, man. James Grant, he not only makes tackles starting for the first string freshman, but he's bringing water bottles over here for the backups. That is a great teammate.
That's a good teammate.
Man, and he's another one, 5'10", 175. You talked about the physicalness of some of these offensive and defensive linemen in this freshman class. They've just got some flat-out athletic-looking studs.
Athletic, big, strong, fast. A lot of depth there.
There's no secret to last week when we had Coach Moore on the halftime of the freshman game, him talking about how much he loves this freshman class. And
as he should.
The way they approach practices, the way they approach games. Bright future for the Trojans. All right, we got 3rd and 3 for Lawrence Central. 30 seconds now remaining in this ball game. Browning again back to pass. He's looking across the middle, and they're going to score. That's number 2, and they're going to say he's in the end zone. That's Jacob Cunningham. So LC puts another 6 on the board here in garbage time. 38-18 now for LC. Browning has went the distance other than one play that he missed with a little bit of an injury.
Gonna sling it again here for a 2-point conversion.
Back to pass. He's getting pressured. Getting chased by
number 31.
2 guys in the same area for LC, and they can't bring it in. But, yeah, you're right. Jaden Hawthorne from that linebacker position on the blitz causes Browning to throw that one before he wanted to. So Center Grove holds. And after the kickoff here, Greg, that might do it. 38-18, freshman Trojans stay undefeated.
I would expect we're going to take a knee and close this one out. So excellent second half by the Trojans after probably not what Coach Painter would say was their best first half. So great second half, especially third quarter. Third quarter was very impressive, and they're going to close this thing out with a victory over a pretty athletic Lawrence Central team, to be honest.
Yeah.
Very, very athletic at the skill position.
So we'll see if LC decides to try the onside kick.
Yeah, you were talking about great teammates, Rick, a little bit earlier, and I got one sitting here to my left. Fantastic teammate back in football. I'm not sure he would have run water out to Coach Holder but he would have been on the sidelines with his headphones on, listening to the game on the radio. So
we got our buddy Scott Hendrick up here joining us as well in the booth. Scott's helped us out on multiple broadcasts. Me and him did a volleyball match a couple weeks ago, a great one, a 5-set one when Kevin was off doing something else. Scott's helped us out with football as well, lacrosse. So here's the kickoff. Browning does kick that one deep, straight up the middle. That's Heastan trying to make some guys miss. Does get out of bounds. Good return for Heastan. Takes out a couple other Lawrence Central guys on the bench there. But, there comes the clock start, so that
should do it.
Run it out. So the final here from Center Grove freshman game against Lawrence Central. Center Grove 38, LC 18. Greg, just your final thoughts on this freshman team's performance today.
Yeah, really fun for me to be here. Appreciate the opportunity to see these young guys play. A lot of potential, big class, physical guys on the offensive and defensive side of the ball, and just really glad to see them in the third quarter. Play the way I think they're capable. I would say Coach probably first half wasn't super happy, and I think we came out in the third quarter and really played the way that they're capable of playing. So thanks again for letting me be here.
So Center Grove wins this 38-18. They moved to 6-0 on the year. They'll next face the Cathedral Irish next week. That'll be at Cathedral for their next game. So once again, we'll take the mics down, and we'll have a commercial break here, and we'll be back. Looks like they put 20 minutes on the clock, so we'll be back here shortly before the start of the JV game. Center Grove freshmen win 38-18. We'll be back shortly.
It's absolutely special, obviously, to have a kid in the Super Bowl and to have a kid win a national championship in college.
Play in the NFL. That's every little kid's dream when they step on a football field. But just being able to get to that, that opportunity and moment, especially being with the Chiefs, like I was saying, it's just been a blessing. And Coach Moore, all my family, and all my friends around me too, have helped me along the way.
Ever since I stepped foot off of Center Grove, I've definitely heard from, honestly, I'd say thousands of people from around this community, and I've just felt so much love from them. It's been great.
We have a great professional community because our parents are caring and our parents understand the importance of Center Grove. So many great schools come here to recruit, and everybody asks me, well, why would schools, these great academic schools, come here? Because they know they get the best student athletes. Center Grove teachers are the best teachers, and they teach college prep classes.
I feel like with Center Grove, I feel like you just set at a higher standard just from everybody, and it kind of just pushes you to want to be the best version of yourself.
Man, it's just been an amazing opportunity just to grow up in this, this type of area. Even since we were young, all the families, parents, moms and dads have been there for everybody.
That family atmosphere where everybody takes care of everybody, and we don't really worry about what's outside of our community. It's just we take care of ourselves so well.
I just want to say thank you to everybody for the support. It means the world to me.
There's a great community and a great atmosphere just for everything you do in Center Grove. I feel like everything you do, you have a great mindset, and just all the people you're around, you feel like you're loved and you're supported by everything you do.
I love that they're humble, and I love that they still love to practice. But what I love the most is they're just the greatest young men of all.
Hey, I'm Jeff Saturday, and my favorite thing when I was a professional football player was Indiana. The Hoosier State always made me feel like family. That's why I trust Indiana's hometown mortgage lender, Bailey & Wood. This family-owned company not only gives back to the communities they serve, but also with their 5-star customer service, they can close on your dream home in days, not weeks. So remember, Indiana, you can always get your mortgages at a snap with Bailey & Wood.
Hey, Jeff, how does this look? Yay!
Not bad, bud, but let's stick to mortgages.
It may be intense, it may be emotional, but it's only a game. The Indiana High School Athletic Association reminds you of these sportsmanship tips.
When an official makes a call, accept it. When a member of the opposing team makes a great play, applaud it.
When an opponent extends a hand after the game, shake it.
Play it cool, practice sportsmanship. High school sports, pure spirit, pure sport. Go Trojans, go Trojans.
Do you see it? Do you see the potential? The potential for birthday parties on the patio. The potential for lazy weekends by the pool. Do you see the rain hitting the glass as you read a book with a cozy blanket on a cold winter's day? And do you see the science project being done on the kitchen table? Do you feel it? Do you feel the excitement of Christmas morning as the kids race down the stairs and as a family forms memories that can never be replaced? Do you hear it? Hear the crackle of the fireplace, the laughter coming from the next room, the sound of crickets as you call it a night. At Coldwell Banker, our people and our company are cut from a different cloth. We see, hear, feel, and sense things that others simply don't. Perhaps that's because we have a unique appreciation for this magical thing that defies description, that goes by the name of home. Because of this appreciation, and because of our dedication to be the best in the craft, our company has thrived for well over a century. This is why we're ranked #1 in agent trust. And this is why more people have turned to us to help them find and sell their homes than any other company in the history of America. We are Coldwell Banker. We do real estate differently. We do real estate with higher standards. And we have proudly guided people home since 1906.
In the spirit of sportsmanship, we ask that all fans act responsibly and courteously to those around you.
Abusive language or disorderly conduct is unacceptable and not welcome at IHSA events.
Let's afford the student athletes, coaches, officials, and your fellow fans the respect they deserve.
Your cooperation is appreciated, and please enjoy the game. Go Trojans!
Go Trojans!
At Peterman Brothers, we see ourselves as more than a home service company.
We're here to serve you, not just your home.
Even if it's not about your heating, cooling, plumbing, or electrical system.
We want to make sure when we come out, we're leaving you in a better state than when we arrived.
And if we do mess up, we'll stand behind our work and not give up until we make it right.
Because we're here to serve you, however we can.
In the spirit of sportsmanship, the Indiana High School Athletic Association reminds you that high school sports do more than thrill and inspire us.
They help prepare today's young athletes to be tomorrow's community leaders by teaching valuable skills like discipline, dedication, and teamwork.
High school sports, pure spirit, pure sport. Go Trojans!
Go Trojans!
Go Trojans!
Good morning and welcome back to the Ray Skillman Field for today's second game, JV game between Center Grove and Lawrence Central. And Greg, just like the freshman and varsity teams, this JV team is undefeated on the season so far and looking to go to 6-0 today against the Lawrence Central Bears.
Center Grove train of football success just keeps on chugging. What are we, 17-0 as a program, something like that. It's pretty incredible. I'm, again, really excited to see these guys play. A lot of freshmen up on the JV team. Size is unbelievable at the JV level. Should be exciting.
Yeah, we did the JV game last week. They faced off against Roncalli and won that game 20-8. We're leading 20-0 until the last minute of the game, and then Roncalli got a touchdown. But yeah, a little bit closer games in their 5 wins. Greg, they've had three of their 5 wins have been by a touchdown or less. So they've been challenged a few times, but like you said, a lot of times with JV programs, it's hard because you get some of these kids that get brought up into the varsity level because of injuries, and we've seen a lot of those for Center Grove varsity.
Yeah, I think you tend to see a lot more in and out of the lineup at the JV level with guys, guys going up when guys get injured. And, sometimes you get a guy at the JV level, nice run here and tackle.
Yeah, that was returned by number 87 for Center Grove. That's Luke Thompson, but a flag on the far sideline, and that's going to back up Center Grove. So they'll back them up probably 10 yards from that. Center Grove's going to take over their first possession probably at the 15-yard line. This is Coach Siderwitz, the head coach for the offense, and then you'll see Kevin Deedle for the defense as well. Both of those guys former Center Grove players. So here we go. Center Grove first possession takes over at their own 15-yard line against Lawrence Central. See the freshman Evan Wishmeyer behind center in the shotgun. He hands it off to number 30, Wyatt Hodson, and big gain for Wyatt. He's carrying guys.
Great run by Hodson. Physical run, finished the run. 15-20 yards on the first play from scrimmage. So yeah, great start for the Trojans.
You see Hodson, he's gotten a couple carries over the course of the year at the varsity level. Last night you saw him a couple times blocking in the backfield. Didn't get any carries, but, man, that was an impressive 27-yard gain on first down for Center Grove. Wishmeyer again in the gun, and Hodson a huge hole again. And we're going to, 2 plays, 2 huge holes, and we got to start talking about those big guys up front.
Parker Hutchins there, 58, with just a phenomenal block to open up the hole there. Following in Big Brother Peyton's footsteps. So great to see Parker out here on the field.
Yeah, you'll see other guys, Mason Morrow, a junior, Chris Lesh, a sophomore, Trayton McNair, a sophomore, and then a pair of freshmen, Marshall Tidd and Ben Carey. You'll see them rotating in on defensive line. And this time Hodson's met in the backfield. Great individual tackle there by number 43. That's Darian Barnett, the junior linebacker, 5'9", 218. And first time in the few plays that they've run where Center Grove has been stopped in the backfield.
Like a missed assignment there on a blitz with the linebacker, and nice play in the backfield.
So 3rd and 5 for Center Grove now, the 42-yard line. Started this possession on the 15. Wishmeyer fakes it here and then gets it to Gilstorf. Gilstorf out on the edge. Can he get? And he does get. And he fumbles. Oh, great heads-up play, but unfortunately that's going to bring Center Grove back. They had a first down, and then Lawrence Central punched that away. A good heads-up play by number 46. That's Emmett Anderson. But
Gilstorf with a nice move there and just got the ball out a little bit. Got punched out by the corner, so nice play by LC. And looks like we're going to go for it here, Rick.
So 4th and 3 for the Trojans on their side of the field. Coach Siderwitz has a lot of confidence in his offense.
3-man front for the Bears.
Run up the middle, and that's Emmett Anderson. He's making guys. He gets tackled by them grabbing his jersey there, Greg.
Great run, great explosiveness through the hole. I wondered, 3 guys on the line of scrimmage. It's going to be tough for those guys to play against our big fellas up on the front.
And a great pickup on third down. And Greg, I know this is the first game you've done. You're going to see 3 very impressive running backs between Hodson, Emmett Anderson, and then Cameron Trice is another kid that you're going to see in this lineup for Center Grove. Wishmeyer again in the gun. This time he's back to pass. He's looking for Gilstorf. He's got Gilstorf out in front. Gilstorf with a diving catch. Inside the 10-yard line.
Great throw, perfect placement, and Gilstorf goes up and high points that ball, which just great to see the receivers that'll go up and go get the ball. It just makes such a difference out there at the wide receiver spot.
Gilstorf, a sophomore, 5'10", 150, also the 165, I should say, also the a kicker that you're going to see for Center Grove. Now Center Grove first and goal, hand off to Cameron Trice, and he's inside the 3-yard line, looking for the end zone, comes up a couple yards shy, but Trice is more of that kind of bigger back, bruising back. Freshman and 6 foot 160, Greg.
It's a big kid for a freshman. Nice double dive play, big block by the fullback leading there, so nice play.
Hodson and Trice behind Wishmeyer under center. He gets it to Hodson. Hodson around the right side, and he bulldozes his way into the end zone. Touchdown number 1 for Center Grove.
Impressive opening drive for the Trojans. Combination of passing and running the ball, very powerful, and got a little bit of break there on that fumble, but took advantage of it.
So Center Grove strikes first, and now you'll see Brooks Gilstorf back to kick the PAT. Center Grove scores with 6 minutes.
A little bit of a trend here, I guess, with younger brothers of former soccer players, right, at the high school level as kickers. So
very true there. Brooks's older brother, Landon, right?
Yeah,
Landon was on that very, very good soccer team last year. I had that extra point by Gilstorf is good. I had the, quote, privilege of being joined on a soccer broadcast last year by Gilstorf and Charlie Hobbig. They joined me as I was doing a girls' game, and they were quizzed ahead of time for questions to ask me, specifically about what teams I liked, what sports I played. Had a couple derogatory remarks about Purdue University between those two.
I can't imagine those two being very easy on you, Rick.
Yeah,
so those two are a piece of work.
So Center Grove strikes first here. 6 minutes and 4 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Gilstorf tacks on the PAT. Center Grove leads 7-0 first drive of the game.
A little different start to the game than what we saw in the freshman game where Lawrence Central really controlled the entire first quarter, and here we take it right down the field and punch one in. So great start for the Trojans.
Yeah, good mix of mostly runs, but then a couple nice passes from Wishmeyer, especially the beauty that he threw to Gilstorf there that got Center Grove first and goal inside the 10. Want to thank our sponsors again for the broadcast of the JV games, not only today but all season long. That's Duke Holmes, Mike Duke, Jake Stiles, and the folks at Coldwell Banker Stiles, and then also Bailey and Wood Mortgage Lenders for their sponsorship. And Gilstorf will kick off for Center Grove. Get 5 guys on each side of the kicker. We actually saw that last night at the varsity level one time. Gilstorf now ready to kick that off. Good kick. That's going to go over the head of the Lawrence Central guy. That's number 12 back deep for them. DJ, well, this is where we get into some tricky things here, Greg, because our JV roster is just the varsity roster, and the only 12 on the varsity roster is a senior, so I don't think that's him. So apologize if we have any Lawrence Central fans that are watching if we don't have their correct numbers. But Lawrence Central's freshman quarterback, Greg, was really good in that freshman game. We'll see what they have at the JV level here.
It's like number 8.
Which is listed as a wide receiver and a junior, so. Or is it 18?
18 maybe.
That's a quarterback. Jerome Gerald's sophomore. Gerald's in the gun. Handoff behind him to number 8. That's Santana Hector. Short gain there. Good job by that Center Grove front 4. No hole at all.
Like maybe 93 Hacker and 48 Long in on that last tackle.
Gerald's in the gun again. Man in motion, and Gerald's looking to air this one out. That one's well over the head of his wide receiver, and I think we got some hold in the backfield of the offense. So we'll see what Coach Dietl decides to do, if he wants to move them back 10 yards, and it looks like that's what he's going to do.
Well covered on that play by the Trojan defense. Braden Story and not sure, maybe number 21 Biergard on the coverage there.
And we saw Biergard a couple times on that kickoff coverage last night playing special teams, and
he's a thumper, Rick.
Oh, thumper is a great description. He loves to hit.
He is a thumper.
So that backs up Lawrence Central. It'll be 2nd and 10 from the 12-yard line now. Handoff right up the middle. Good yardage for a nice tackle by number 40, Bradley White. So for that JV defense, we've got Keaton Van Getz, Nick Eckhart, Jaden Hacker, Isaac Long up front. Probably won't see Van Getz as much. He got a little bit of time last week. He is starting today. And in the linebacker position, Gus Hoffman, Bradley White, and Nolan Biergard. And at corner, you're going to get Austin Dibburn. Safeties, Braylon Story, Diego Rodriguez. So 3rd and long, good pressure. He's trying to get away from it. And number 40, Bradley White, brings him down inside the 5-yard line. Isaac Long also in there on the. No, I had the wrong. I think that was 48. Isaac Long in the
Long and
backfield.
Hacker, yeah. I think both guys, great pressure off the line.
So now Lawrence Central, man, you're going to. So
that's from the back of the end zone.
66. He is listed as a kicker. 6'2", 230. Back to punt for Lawrence Central. You got Story and I think that's Sampaio. Yeah, Andrew Sampaio, number 82. Center Grove should get great field position on drive number 2. And they're going to back them up even more. Delay of game for Lawrence Central. Took them a while. So now they're going to snap this from inside the 3-yard line, and not how you really want your JV punter to get his first boot of the game, standing at his back end line.
Always a risk here of him stepping backwards out of bounds for the safety. So,
and we're going to have there's movement again. So now we got offside by Center Grove. So Van Getz, I think, got a little bit anxious there.
That'll give him a little bit of room here to get the kickoff.
Man, and they're at the varsity level last night, Greg. They had a hard time with the punting. Had one snap go over the punter's head for a safety. That one wobbles back there, but it's booted out not very deep. Oh, bounces right to Story. Story around the right side. Oh, can he stay in bounds? Man, he got that on about the 33-yard line, and he brought it back all the way to the 16 little fortunate bounce for Center Grove. That one came right to Story.
Nice return, but as you said, a fortunate bounce. I think he was just trying to get out of the way there, and the ball took a left turn right into his belly. So great job by being ready to field that, and nice return after the catch.
Center Grove with great field position. 3:16 remaining here in the first quarter. Center Grove already leads 7-0, and they're going to take over with a short field. Wishmeyer in the gun. He's got Anderson and Hodson beside him.
Yeah, I thought they might take a shot here.
Play fake, short little pass to Gilsdorf, and he's
touchdown
in the end zone. One play and touchdown for Wishmeyer to Brooks Gilsdorf for the touchdown. Well, that was pretty easy there, Greg.
Pretty easy. I thought they might take a shot there on the first play with a throwing play, and Wishmeyer to a wide open Gilsdorf makes one cut, and touchdown Center Grove. So great start for the offense here.
16 yards on that pitch and catch. Gilsdorf now goes and gets his kicking block. Wishmeyer, the holder. I believe that's number 52, Mason Morrow, on the snap. The kick is up, and
great
the kick is good.
Trojans are not lacking for kickers, are we, Rick?
Three
pretty good ones.
We talked about that last Saturday, how impressive when you got last week against Trotwood. They didn't have a kicker, so they went for 2 every time. Last night against LC, they went for 2. Well, they never scored, but they didn't really have a kicker. And that's at the varsity level. And like you said, you've got 3 really, really good kickers in this Center Grove program. Junior Dallas Cohen-Propes and sophomore Brooks Gilsdorf. And then at the freshman level, we just saw Tyler Loudon drill another field goal and make all of his PATs. So Center Grove now up 14-0. We're still in the first quarter. 3:11 remaining. Great start by this JV offense and defense. We're also hoping that we can get Coach Moore up here at halftime to talk about his varsity team's performance last night.
He should be pretty happy about the performance last night. I'm sure.
Gilsdorf with a little pooch kick there, and it's fumbled initially, and now great job. That was
48.
Yep, Isaac Long again. 5'11", 195-pound sophomore. Update from girls soccer in their first match today against McCutcheon. They're ahead now 5-0 in the second half. So they're rolling in that one. Kevin over there doing those games. I'll join him for match number 2 this afternoon against Jeffersonville. LC now takes over 23-yard line, 1st and 10, their second possession. Oh, and hit immediately, and that's White, Brad. Now that's long.
Long again.
Saying, yeah.
Long again.
Getting the 8s and the 0s mixed up there, but man, Isaac Long in that backfield again from that defensive end position.
Defensive fronts causing havoc for the Lawrence Central offense right now. A lot of penetration off the line of scrimmage. Physical guys up front, causing a lot of problems for the Lawrence Central offense.
Take a look at number 64 for LC on that offensive line. 5'11", 334, Greg.
It's a big boy.
That is a large young man.
That is a big boy.
Now in the gun again, they hand off the quick hand.
Cut.
This time there's some room, and number 8 for them, Santana Ector, and that's good yardage on second down. Make it 3rd and manageable. 1:42 remaining here in the first quarter.
It's the first time you've really had a chance to see the athleticism of some of these Lawrence Central guys. Nice little cut explosive speed through the hole, and I think that's what you get with Lawrence Central. You get explosiveness.
Ball on the ground, and then number 90, Nick Eckhart, then is able to tackle the quarterback, number 18, Gerald's. So that's going to force another punt from Lawrence Central. The first one not very deep. Center Grove should get great field position again. You got Andrew Sampaio and Braden Story back deep for Center Grove. Story's a kid that Coach Moore talked about earlier this year, being he's very excited about the potential of him. He said he's another kid, and this would be near and dear to your heart, a very good baseball player. So this one again is going to go to Story if he can wrestle it away from Sampaio. Both those guys wanted to return that one.
Sampaio wanted to return that one, I think. His turn to catch it.
Story's like, what's up, man? You get to touch the ball all the time. I play defense. I don't get that opportunity. But Coach Moore is talking about Coach Story, or Braden Story plays a lot of baseball in the summer, so he doesn't really get him until shortly before the season starts, but really sees the improvement that he makes throughout and he's just another very physical-looking kid, 6'2", 180 as a sophomore.
Yeah, some of these baseball guys are pretty good football players.
They turn out all right, don't they?
There's some guys that can play football too. So.
Hodson again, hole around the left side, and he continues to move the pile and picks up 6 on first down that's going to be the end of the first quarter. And after one, it's Center Grove 14, LC 0. We'll be right back. Back here at Ray Skillman Stadium, getting ready to start the second quarter. Center Grove very dominant so far. First quarter, they lead 14-0. Greg, your assessment so far?
So far, we've dominated on both sides of the line of scrimmage, and when you can do that and not make mistakes, no penalties, it's going to be really tough for Lawrence Central to battle that if we're that effective at the line of scrimmage.
2nd and 4 for the Trojans. Wishmeyer back to pass. Quick hitter to Gilstorf. He's open again, trying to shake through tackles. Good job by the defensive back. That was number 28, Micah Royal Jr., but Gilstorf's going to have enough for another first down.
Gilstorf getting a lot of action here in the first half. I think that may be 4 catches for him already.
Yeah, and a touchdown.
And a touchdown.
Long reception that set up the first touchdown run, and then caught a 16-yarder for touchdown number 2. Wishmeyer puts Emmett Anderson in motion, and then Hodson goes straight up the middle. Great yardage on first down for Center Grove.
Another big hole by the left side of the offensive line there.
Well, on that left side is 2 of those freshmen, 55, Marshall Tidd, 6'4", 255. And then Ben Carey, 6 foot, 260. Hodson again, huge hole up front. Those guys are just dominating.
Pretty dominant
front
right now, yeah.
And you know what? You look at this JV offensive line, and you think about at the varsity level, Greg, a lot of seniors on that very dominant offensive line. So a lot of these kids are going to get the opportunity next year to slot into that varsity lineup if they continue to get bigger and keep working.
A lot of freshmen and sophomores on this offensive line, and that varsity line's been playing for a couple of years now. So it's these guys are going to get a big shot next year.
Wishmeyer now deep. He's got
Luke Thompson.
He's looking for Thompson. He also had Gilstorf coming out of the slot. That pass to Thompson just over his head. So incomplete on first down. That brings up second down. Coach Moore will be joining us at halftime. My partner here, Greg, to make sure we can get him in the door with Kevin's fantastic setup to keep the door open and doesn't lock on us. Hodson again, big hole on first down. He's got a first down and more inside the 10-yard line. First and goal, Center Grove, and man, Hodson has been the workhorse so far in this first half, and another big carry behind that big offensive line.
It breaks a tackle there at the line of scrimmage, little arm tackle. Very physical runner. Impressive junior running back here for Center Grove.
First and goal on the 8. Hodson and Emmett Anderson. Emmett Anderson, nice jump cut. Now he bounces to the outside.
Did he get in?
He's in.
Touchdown.
He gets rewarded. He reaches it out there, and freshman Emmett Anderson gets in from 8 yards. Touchdown number 3 for Center Grove.
It's a great stable of running backs. I think four, maybe 5 straight plays behind that left side of Carey and Tid. These guys aren't getting touched 4 or 5 yards down the field, so great drive by the Trojans.
So Anderson gets his first touchdown of the ball game. And now Gilstorf in for the PAT. Good snap back. Gilstorf drills it through there, hits the scoreboard in the north end zone, and Center Grove now up 21-0.
Impressive first 3 drives for the Trojans. Combination of running and passing, very effective on all sides, and man, that offensive line is just dominating the line of scrimmage right now.
It's always one of those things, Greg, and we talked about a little bit between the games, where JV is probably the hardest to coach and to know what you're going to get, because most of these kids spend Monday through Thursday being on the scout team for the varsity guys, getting them ready for Friday nights. Don't get a lot of opportunity to just practice themselves. But, man, you wouldn't know it by looking at the Center Grove performance so far today.
You know what? Again, being around the program for so long as you and I have, I think one of the high points of this program is it doesn't matter what level you're at, whether it's JV, freshman, heck, even 7th and 8th grade, right? These guys want to play on Friday night, and so they're going to do everything they can in their Saturday games to show the coaches that, hey, they deserve a shot on Friday nights, and there's nothing like Friday night here at Center Grove. So these guys all want to be a part of it, and I think that shows from the Bantam League all the way up through the varsity level.
Well, and it reminds me of just watching the game last night and special teams, because special teams, you get a lot of kids sometimes that mostly play JV, but they're on kickoff return team, and one kid that just jumped out, and I mentioned him a couple times already, is number 21 Nolan Biergard. He's a junior. He plays mostly JV, but man, when you see him on the kickoff team sprinting down and making the tackles, that obviously makes a good impression on Coach Moore and the rest of his staff.
It absolutely does. I mean, you see guys talk about it all the time. You see a guy that wants to play physical, you're going to try to find a way to get him on the field. A lot of enthusiasm with Biergard. I think he's also a baseball player, so another baseball kid. There you go, Coach. Those guys are all right, but these guys want to make plays.
So Lawrence Central takes over their best starting position so far, 41-yard line of their own. Back in the gun, that's number 18, Gerald,
Penetration, great
another
penetration.
fumble, and this time he's able to hop on it. That was 37 for Center Grove. Aaron Smith in the backfield almost got on that, but a big loss on first down from Lawrence Central. And kind of a different type of game so far, Greg. That freshman game was pretty competitive in the first half. Lawrence Central moved the ball quite a bit, and not so much.
Not so much so far here.
Oh, and there's Biergard on cue, flying in the backfield along with Nick Eckhart. I like that earlier description you had of Biergard, just a thumper, loves to hit. So,
long history of safeties and linebackers like Biergard at the Trojan level that they just play physical.
And Biergard, not a big kid. I mean, you look at him, 5'10", 170.
Knows how to use his body.
3rd and 22 here and there.
Got to be pass interference.
Going to be pass interference, but they're still not going to have enough for a first down. And in high school, it's not automatic. But it'll bring up 3rd and maybe 6. So, yeah, he got there a little bit early. They'll move that up to the 44, I think.
It looks like should be at the 44 and replay the 3rd down, right?
Yeah, so 3rd and 6 there for LC. A break, extend their drive. 6.5 minutes remaining here in the second quarter. Center Grove in control, 21-0. As I forgot to update the score again. Kevin's going to yell at me. All right, call it a long 6, maybe 7 yards here for LC. In the gun, puts a guy in motion from right to left, and here comes Center Grove on the pressure, and that one, I don't know if it got deflected or he just saw that red jersey coming straight at him and just tried to get rid of it, Gerald's, and that one comes up shy, and now we'll see. Will Lawrence Central try to punt this one away or just go ahead and go for it?
Van gets with a great pass rush there, tall, a lot of pressure, and forced the quarterback there to get rid of the ball a little bit earlier than I think he wanted to, and forces Lawrence Central into a punt situation again.
And now
let's see which of these 2 punt returners is going to fight over the ball to get the return here.
Different punter out there now for Lawrence Central. Hunter Adams, 5'8", 210. Number 49 back to punt for his first attempt. You're right. Sampaio and Story last time fought over it a little bit. Good snap back to Adams. Adams left foot. Oh, that's a pretty good one.
Kick. Looks like Sampaio's going to get one this time.
On the 26. He's trying to get to the
room.
outside.
Got some green.
Good return for Sampaio. And it's about a 25-yard return for the junior wide receiver. And Center Grove once again going to have great field position to start off this drive. 6 minutes and 6 seconds remaining here in the second quarter.
See if Center Grove can stay consistent here, and new running back here in the backfield. Looks like maybe Cameron Trice.
And off straight up the middle. Pretty good job that time by that Lawrence Central defense. Limits Trice to about 2 yards, maybe 3 on first down. 2nd and 7 for Center Grove, 5:45 remaining. Once again, we'll have Coach Eric Moore on at halftime to discuss the Trojans' performance last night. Very impressive road win over on the northeast side, 36-0 over the Lawrence Central Bears. Wishmeyer in the gun. Play action
pass.
There
in the middle.
Looking for Sampaio. Just threw it a little bit behind him. Sampaio kind of sitting down right at the first down marker, as was Gilsdorf. And that pass just a little bit behind him.
I think he had Sampaio early in that route open and got flush from the pocket. The defense was able to make a nice play there.
So now 3rd and 7, really one of the few, if might be the first time Center Grove has been in a 3rd down situation here in the first half. Snap this time to Trice. Trice with a spin move. Oh, my.
Going to get the first down. Great spin move. Breaks a tackle and fights his way for a first down. Excellent run by Trice.
Yeah, he had Keyjon Myers. Had him dead to rights there, but wow, what a spin move there by Trice, and then he was able to pick up a first down. So Center Grove keeps the chains moving here with under 5 minutes to go. Shotgun snap to Hodson. This time Hodson stopped after a short gain from Lawrence Central. Final from the girls' soccer field. Center Grove wins the first match 6-0 over McCutcheon. So they'll get going with their second match around 1 or 1:30 this afternoon at the Center Grove Soccer Complex. 2nd and 9 for the Trojans. Wishmeyer puts Anderson in motion. Oh, he's got Gilstorf.
Great play by Gilstorf to come back and get the ball.
Wow, 28 was right there. Micah Royal thinking he had the easy pick, but a great job by Gilstorf of coming back and getting that ball. A little bit underthrown by Wishmeyer, but wow, what a play by Gilstorf.
Great adjustment to the ball. You can't wait on the ball. You got to go get it. So great job by Gilstorf there.
So Lawrence Central defense calling a timeout here. And before I get in trouble, Greg, I forgot to do it in the freshman game. I need to talk about the cheerleaders and say their names here. JV cheerleaders: Kaylin Brown, Vivian Cherenko, Addison Coffey, Sophia Garrison, Vivian Hirsch, Lainey Makinson, Melody McCrae, Macy Painter, Reagan Renard, Brenna Ryan, Brooklyn Stitz, Josephine Strain, and Carly West, and the JV cheer coach, Katie Naku. So, great job by those girls out here. A beautiful Saturday morning for football here, Greg, at the Ray Skillman Stadium. Starting to get a little bit warmer. Game temps at the start of the freshman game we were about mid-60s, but we're over 70 now, heading towards the low 80s. But couldn't ask for a better fall day here at Center Grove.
Does not get much better than to have a sunny day out at Trojan Field, Ray Skillman Stadium for a little bit of high school football. So, wonderful day for high school sports.
Center Grove 1st and 10 now at the 23-yard line. Wishmeyer in the gun. Hands it off to Hodson. This time he's hit, but still carries tackler. That was 93 for them. Justin Stokes, looking sophomore defensive lineman there, that hung on to him, but Hodson still picks up 4 on first down. Always good, Greg, when even though you get hit shortly after the line of scrimmage, you're able to
still gain 4 yards, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
3:50 remaining here in the second quarter. Center Grove in control, 21-0.
Let's see if we start following this left side of the offensive line here.
Wishmeyer back to pass, and he's got Sampaio, I believe, or Luke Thompson. That's Thompson. Man, that's a great
good ball, good catch.
Yeah, exactly. Thompson, just a little bit of a pass pattern there, and Wishmeyer hits him in stride, and then Thompson, impressive yards after catch there, gets inside the 5-yard line. 1st and goal, Center Grove. Him and Anderson at wingback. Hodson and Cameron Trice. Trice gets it, and man, he just walks into the end zone, Greg. He didn't get touched until the goal line. That's a credit to that big offensive line again.
Defensive line looked like they were running backwards there. The offensive line, great push at the offensive line at the point of attack, and boy, just drove those guys 4 or 5 yards deep into the end zone.
So 3:23 left, and Trice gets on the board with his first touchdown from 4 yards. Gilstorf back on for the PAT attempt. Four possessions, Greg, 4 touchdowns for the Trojans.
Pretty impressive offensive performance so far. The offensive line dominating the game, and combination of running and passing again. They've gone down the field, been pretty solid offensive football so far.
PAT's good for Center Grove, and now they lead 28-0. Gilsdorf perfect so far in addition to the 4 PATs. Man, one of the plays of that drive, Greg, was the nice comeback catch by Gilsdorf there where it looked like that could possibly be picked off by Lawrence Central.
Yeah, I think the Lawrence Central defensive back thought the ball was right in his hands, and Gilsdorf did a great job of just fighting his way back, making an adjustment to the ball, and making a good football play.
Once again, we want to thank our sponsors for Saturday morning football, Duke Homes, Coldwell Banker, Team Stiles, and Bailey and Wood Mortgage. Thank you for them. Good to see some of the varsity guys down there on the sideline there after getting out of the pool on Saturday morning, getting those muscles loose on Saturday mornings.
Well, Rick, I can see why Coach is so excited about this freshman class. You see these offensive linemen, the size, skill players, both at the freshman game and then the guys playing today or here in the JV game. Big class. Super impressed with this freshman class.
Speaking of Coach Moore, he'll join us at halftime to talk about the game last night at Lawrence Central. Center Grove stays undefeated, 6-0 on the year, wins 36-0. Tough remaining 3 games on that Center Grove schedule, starting this Friday night against a good old rivalry with Cathedral here, homecoming week. Good boot there by Gilsdorf. It's caught on the 15 and trying to find some open space, but then that's closed quickly by Center Grove. I think Thompson was down there. Actually, no, it was
like Henninger may have been down there, and 29.
Yeah, I think that was Austin Dibburn, or Dibburn, I should say. So Lawrence Central takes over again. Just haven't been able to move the ball hardly at all on offense. 3:15 remaining here in the second quarter as they try to get something going. Snap to the running back, and he's met at the linebacker position, but then it quickly closes. I think that time it was Bradley White. I've given credit a couple times to White instead of Isaac Long, but that time it looked like it was White at that linebacker position.
I think that's right, Rick.
Gain of 2 on first down, 2nd and 8, Lawrence Central. Another handoff, and oh my. That
Isaac Long.
Yeah, Isaac Long again from that defensive end position. That young man has had himself a first half. 5'11", 195. And wow, he hit the running back and a loss of 2 yards there. So now 3rd and long again for Lawrence Central. That's kind of been the story of their first half offensively.
This offensive line for Lawrence Central, really big, great size, but missing some assignments and giving the Trojans a chance to make some plays in the backfield.
Shotgun snap, 3rd and 10, and now pressure on the quarterback. He gets hit again, but what a catch. Wow. Number 6. I don't think that's Robertson. He's a senior. What a catch there.
Quarterback took a big shot, I think. He took a huge shot from either
I don't know if it was
either Van Getz or Hacker,
yeah. You're right, man. He took a shot, but he stayed in that pocket and delivered that, and a really nice catch by the wide receiver, number 6 for Lawrence Central. So first down, Bears at the 50. They look over to the sideline, letting a lot of time run off this clock. 1:34 remaining in this second quarter. So Lawrence Central tries to get some points on the board before halftime. Here comes the blitz. Oh, and he had his wide receiver, but why did he throw it behind him? Because he had pressure in his face. I think that was White blitzing from the linebacker position again.
Quarterback actually did a great job getting rid of the ball and finding the guy across the middle of the field. Just threw a little bit behind him, but great job by Bradley White putting some pressure on the quarterback. Talked about that a lot in the morning game, that pressure on the quarterback to speed them up is just so huge.
2nd and 10, Lawrence Central. A little bit of movement, but I think he reset. Now look back over at the sideline. 1:20 left here in the second quarter. That guy's going to get tired over on the sideline, the guy giving the offensive signals.
Looks like beer guard may be coming here, so we'll see what happens. We're going to get a penalty.
They're going to call that on Center Grove for causing. So Center Grove flinched, but then that offensive lineman moved. They're going to call that on Center Grove. 5 yards. Must have came across the line. So 2nd and 5 now for Lawrence Central. 1:20 remaining here in the second quarter. Center Grove in control so far here, 28-0 over the Lawrence Central Bears. Well, now they're going to get 5 more.
Again, first down.
Hard count, which they haven't used the entire half, Greg, and I guess it's worked effectively the last two.
Effective the last 2 plays.
Well, that one's going to be a first down for LC, so now 1st and 10 on the 40-yard line in Center Grove territory.
6 guys on the line of scrimmage for us, so see if they all come.
Well, that's 3 straight by that Center Grove defense. You got to watch the ball. Goes back to the. Oh, this time they must have moved the. Yeah, I think the center kind of moved that one a little bit, so they give 5 yards back. First and 15 now, Lawrence Central. Taking a long time again looking over at that sideline for the play call from the coach. 45-yard line, 1:20 remaining here in the second quarter. Once again, at halftime, we'll have Coach Eric Moore talk about his team's performance last night and to look ahead a little bit. Good pass up ahead.
Pass, good catch.
It looks like Deron Watson, number 82, sophomore wide receiver, and pick up good yardage on first down.
Rodriguez on the tackle, nice coverage, but good throw and catch.
Yeah, I think Coach Dietel gonna talk to his guys a little bit at halftime there. Oh, he's gonna talk to them right now. He calls the timeouts.
That's been their best offensive play this series. So
it's got them 15 yards so far in this drive. So they're now on the 31-yard line, and yeah, Coach Dietel having a, let's just say, discussion, Greg, with the defensive line there to talk about what the heck's going on here in the last drive. Getting a busy day here at Center Grove. The varsity boys tennis team playing in the Trojan Classic against a couple of top 5 opponents, Zionsville and then Homestead. Played Zionsville first and then a little bit of a break now, and they'll be playing Brownsburg here a little bit later.
Do you have a score on that first tennis match?
That's what I'm trying to look a little bit. It was close in that one. I think Center Grove won at least 1, maybe 2 points, and then there was another one heading to the actually there might be one still being played, so try to get an update on that. Girls soccer across the Stones Crossing Road. They won their first game 6-0. So now 2nd and 1 as Lawrence Central again tries to draw Center Grove offside. Now we get a play. Attempted or fake handoff there, and that pass was high. And luckily for Lawrence Central, that one was not on target, or that might have been picked off.
Like number 45, Gus Hoffman on the on the coverage, stepping in front of the pass there, knocking it away.
Yeah, Hoffman from that linebacker position. Actually playing a little bit of cornerback over there as well. Nickelback probably. So 3rd and 1 for LC. That's obviously 4-down territory for them. 49.8 seconds remaining here in the second quarter. Center Grove leads 28-0, trying to keep LC out of the end zone here in the half. Handoff, and oh my, hitting the backfield.
Andrew Gerald.
Great run blitz there, and he hit the right gap, and that's a loss of 4 yards. So now that brings up 4th and 5 for LC. As that clock continues to run, they're going to call a timeout finally. If they stop the clock, yeah, that clock's still going. That should be about 32 seconds remaining here, but a long ending here on this last drive for LC to what's been a very impressive performance so far for the JV Trojans. Other teams in action today. The cross-country team is in action in Invitational this morning, and then the other part of the team will go over and be in the state finals preview meet, which is over in Terre Haute at the Laverne Gibson cross-country course over there. So that's a night event, a pretty cool event. So I think most of the varsity goes over there to run in that this afternoon. Last Saturday, both the boys and girls cross-country teams were victorious in the Johnson County Championships. Got a couple more weeks in their regular season before they get started postseason. Girls golf is underway down in Franklin. Little bit of a rough start for the golf team. Hopefully they can make that up down there. They're now in the 4th place, but 10 strokes behind. But, I mean, they're only 6 holes in, so a long way to go down at the Legends Golf Course. Back to pass. He just throws it up, and that one's well over the head of his intended receiver. So Center Grove going to take over here. 20.5 seconds remaining. We'll see if Coach Siderwitz tries to dial up something, trick play or long pass or something like that, or if he just takes a knee and heads into the locker room.
A lot of pressure there on the defensive line. Beer guard blitzed again. Just not much down the field for Lawrence Central today. Looks like we may be taking a knee here. Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, they've got 2 wide receivers to the left, Sampaio and Gilstorf. Thompson out to the right, puts him and Anderson in motion. Wishmeyer now getting, he does a good job of evading that. Oh, Gilstorf's open, but I don't know if he can get it to him. Good business decision there by Mr. Wishmeyer to just run out of bounds there. Got 4 yards, but clock now 8.5 seconds remaining here in the first half. We'll take a short break and then be back with Coach Moore. And I'm just going to hand this one off and see what happens. And good run by Center Grove, but no timeouts here. Center Grove will head to the locker room. So we'll take a short break. We'll be back with Coach Moore. Halftime, Center Grove leads 28-0.
Closes in days, not weeks.
Well, it looks like the hometown team of Bailey & Wood Mortgage Lenders is running some really great plays.
Yeah, Walker. It is the winning combination of in-house processing and underwriting, along with providing 5-star customer service that gets you to the closing table fast.
It's pretty evident that Bailey & Wood is the winning team for all your mortgage needs.
Mortgages and snacks.
Yeah.
If you could live anywhere, where would it be? And what would it be like? With today's home values, this is the perfect time to sell and make those dreams real. When you work with a world-class agent at Coldwell Banker, you benefit from trusted guidance and our revolutionary seller's assurance program to make your home sale more rewarding than ever. So it really is true. Your dreams don't have to be just dreams.
Simple moments. Ordinary experiences. They happen every day. Each one of them small, yet make our lives special. Maintained by a company that cares about you. Everyday moments like these brought to you by Peterman Brothers, where great service runs in the family.
Back here at the Center Grove Ray Skillman Stadium at halftime, Center Grove JV leads 28-0 over LC, and glad to be joined here at halftime by Coach Eric Moore of the Varsity Trojans. And Coach, very impressive performance over there on the northeast side last night against Lawrence Central, dominating 36-0 win.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun being able to get back off a long road trip and a sort of a hot week of practice and get some injuries taken care of and go over and have a successful game when, oh my God, that's hard to believe we didn't lose anybody. Didn't lose a running back or anything last night. So we won and we won and we won. It's like we win in 3 different categories. But a good LC team. I mean, the score may not indicate it, but they're tough. That defense is as good as we've seen. I mean, it's physical and they got you. You know, they didn't miss tackles. Offensively, they've been scoring 38 points a game. In our defense, we made some changes and did a great job and got us a lead, and, you know, the rest is history.
We'll talk about your defense a little bit. You're right. LC comes in, you know, averaging about 400 yards of total offense and 38 points a game, and your defense throws a shutout, and we're really, really dominant that entire game.
Yeah.
Just talk about them.
Yeah, you know, everybody, the first thing you look at is the secondary. Wow, they didn't do this, or they can't do that. Well, it starts up front. And Jeremy Stanley and Cherry, it goes 3-in-1 techniques, does such a great job at taking on blocks. When they do that, those linebackers can run and hit and play. So that takes care of the run game. In the pass game, you add in Sloan and Lincoln Bright and you know, Cam Linder, all 5 of those guys rushing the passer now. We're getting really good pass rush, which creates interceptions, and it doesn't. You know, last year we were so young and so beat up, we couldn't put pressure on the quarterback, and people picked us apart. It's hard. That's the hardest thing to do in sports is play, corner or safety.
That's an interesting point, Coach. Is the last 2 weeks you've really made the teams one-dimensional by stopping the run, and then you can kind of pin your ears back, and you've shown a lot of blitzing from that linebacker position. But last night it just seemed like your front 4 was so dominant up front there. You got pressure just with those 4.
Yeah, it's Jeremy Stanley's improved, and Kobe Cherry is a dude, and he's just now starting to come on. You got to remember, he didn't play for a whole year with an injury, knee injury, and he's just slowly coming back. He got a little bit heavy. Now he's starting to really play and be effective. And again, you can, True Paxton and Frankie Hayes are great linebackers, and they can come off the edges and do things. We can play games with them. We can, and they can drop in zones. Vinny Hayes is doing an unbelievable job. He's getting a pick a game almost. And other secondary kids are just growing up. Jackson Burnett back there at corner, big tall corner, and we've sort of found this sophomore in Ryan Micaiah. We split in some time, but he's sort of become solid there now, and it's just great. And the safeties, we've got some safeties battling, and we'll, next 2 or 3. And it's okay to have 3 or 4 kids playing back there at different spots. But the big one was Charlie Ane coming over. We moved him from offense to defense, and he's just a dude. He's just a player, an athlete. If he was 6'4", he'd be going somewhere big time.
So, Coach, then obviously another big part of your game, especially in that first half last night, was your special teams. And we talk all the time about, it's 3 facets to the game. Offense, defense, everybody knows about. People don't talk about special teams that much unless your team's really bad at special teams or really good. Well, last night and throughout this season, Dallas Cornpropes and that kicking game has been fantastic.
Yeah, well, these kids you see out here playing right now in this JV field and are ahead 28-0, and they've been that way all year, are phenomenal on special teams. They come out there, they're sophomores and some juniors wanting to play, and they're not getting to play on Friday night, so they get to play Saturday here. But on Friday night, they get to play that one play every 15 downs on special teams, and their heart and their courage and their passion, and the seniors that are just playing special teams. It's what makes the difference. You can be a senior powder, or you can be a senior special team and specialist and go out there and make something happen. Our snappers have been good. Ryan Smith got injured. Aaron Smith got injured. He's back now, and we've still been able to go. Our punter, Cornpost, did a great job last night. He really wasn't a punter till this year, but he's an excellent place kicker. His kickoffs have been better. A couple in the end zone last night. And how about you like that 50-yard field goal? Someone said, Coach, are we going to try a 50-yard field goal? I guess. I don't know the math from here.
It's 46, and you have a false start, so you back it up to 51. And Kevin being the kicking guy was talking, and he said, I've been watching that he's been good from 55 earlier in the year when we were watching him in warm-ups. So he's like, we'll see if he gives him a shot, and by golly, you did, and he drained it.
He was ready to go, and they're like, it's a penalty. They're back. So we still want to kick. I said, I'm not real good at math, but I know it's just 5 more yards.
And he kicked the 46-yard one. He was good from about 10 yards past that.
We watched him get a free kick out of it, a practice kick. And then last night on the kickoff team, the officials, if you saw, they wouldn't let us put 4 on 6. They made us go 5 on 5, which was not the rule. And I politely told them they were wrong.
They just did that in the JV game here. They did the same thing. They moved another.
We had a meeting about that 2 years ago, and I think people thought that become a rule, but it's not a rule. So we can go 5 and 5 if we like, or 4 and 6. So
yeah.
Anyway, but the kids did a great job. The coverage is what you're talking about. But you know what we didn't do? We didn't have a stupid penalty.
Yeah.
And then offensively, we were sort of ineffective at times, but we got back and we all felt like, dang, this is just a weird win, but. You know what? We didn't do anything stupid. We didn't fumble a snap. We didn't throw a stupid interception for a touchdown. If you're not playing, and it wasn't they were good. Their kids up front, they got some Division I kids, and they did a good job. And they really wanted to win that game, and they put a lot of heart and soul into it. And I said, hey, their kids want to win too, and sort of punched us in the mouth a little bit. And again, guys, we're going with 2 running backs that were supposed to be out here on Saturdays playing, not even considered varsity games, and they're playing. Then Owen Oliver comes in at the end and gets a touchdown after getting picked up.
He got picked up and
thrown down, but he didn't quite get down, did he? And took off. I was happy for him.
You're that low to the ground, then you got the opportunity once they actually did set him down that he just kept his feet and was able to get that touchdown.
Another thing last night, their edge guys, their corners were as good as we've seen. That number 12, I can't think his name, but I'm going to tell every Division I know about him. I mean, he played in our jockstrap.
Summers, DJ
Summers. And he got the balls and tipped here and tipped there. He said, well, that guy dropped it. No, he tipped it right as it got there. And they were able just to say, hey, we can play you mano-mano and send 9 guys into the box, and you only got 7 to block 9. And it hurts. So we're going to work a lot on that stuff this week because I'm sure we'll get more of that. But you got to be tough like their kids was to do that. If you do that and you're not tough, we're going to gap you and run to the end zone. And we did a couple times. We just didn't quite make it.
So, Coach, talk about now it's a big week, obviously, at Center Grove. Homecoming week for everybody, a lot of activities and stuff. And then you face a rival that's been an absolute fantastic rivalry over the last 15 years or so in the Cathedral Irish coming here to play at Ray Skillman next Friday night.
Well, almost everybody, Carmel, Warren Central, Ben Davis, stand in line, now Cathedral, everybody's our rival, seems like. We don't have one of those weeks where it's not important. But, this isn't a game which we're going to see in the tournament, so it takes a little bit off our back. Sometimes we go in this game and we don't show everything because we might see them in 4 weeks. But not now. We can do what we want because we won't see them again. A good Cathedral team, great defense. The offense is sometimes they've been well, sometimes they haven't been. It's just high school football. We're all recovering from losing great quarterbacks in the last 2 or 3 years. But it'll be a fun game, and hopefully we can stay on top of them and make something happen. I'm sure you'll see at least 2 onside kicks from Cathedral. They love to do that to me.
Well, their kicker, speaking of special teams, their kicker, Van Christoph or whatever, is fantastic. He was a big part of their win last year over at Marion High School against us. But so, Coach, maybe the pinnacle of Kevin and I's career happens on Monday here at Ray Skillman Stadium. We are broadcasting the Powder Puff game with the girls on Monday night. What's your thoughts on that?
Good Lord. Oh, my God.
We got asked to do that, and Kevin Kevin said, well, sure, we just need some rosters and some numbers, and
yeah.
we'll see what happens. I know you're a big part of that.
Yeah, that's going to be fun for you. That game gets a little bit heated. I think my daughter got in her first fist fight in the Powder Puff game.
That's fantastic.
That wasn't her sister. She wasn't fighting her. You know what? It's fun to watch those girls come out and have fun, and our boys act like they know how to coach. When they're done, they go, man, I'm glad I don't have to do this ever again. I said, yeah, I have to do it every day of my life. And these girls listen. You don't listen. Yeah, it's fun. Thank you for doing that. That's awesome. And it's a great tribute to our school that we can try to continue some traditions in the pageantry of high school football. Those people sure want to kill it lately, and let's keep it going.
Yeah, so Coach Moore, JV game getting ready to start here. We appreciate you coming up and joining us at halftime. Obviously, great performance last night, great win. Anytime you can go on the road and to a now former and future Mick opponent, man, there's one of those guys I talked about in the first half, Beer Garden.
Beer Garden. We got to get that. I just tell you, Nolan Beer Garden is the best JV player maybe in the history, and it shows you how good our linebackers and nickels are, because it's hard to get on the field for us because that kid should be playing, and we got to get him on the field in the varsity on a Friday night, just trying to find a spot for him. But good for him. He could be pouting and quitting. That's exactly what the difference is right there. You can make the tackle on the 10, or you can pursue it down to the 2.
That's
so good job by him.
He was so good on that kickoff team last night, and I brought it up, and then Beer Guard, that's just case in point, like you said, Coach Moore. And once again, thank you for joining us, and hopefully have a great week of practice coming up, and you can beat Cathedral on Friday.
Yeah, appreciate you filling in here. I think this has become the A team. Kevin, we may have to.
Exactly. I mean,
he may have to start working at the gas station.
I had
Saturdays.
McMahon last week. Now I got Greg Coy, the legend.
The father, the legend of Noah Coy.
He's already
I had Noah Coy for 10 plays last night. We just scored 60 points. Noah would have got open. You know the old story in Trinity when that little guy as a sophomore looked at the coach in the huddle and goes, Coach, I can't get open. And I wasn't happy.
Was that the last time he told?
That's the last time he ever said.
You?
I guarantee you, he never said that to me again. I can't get open. Yeah, you can. No, watch. And,
man, he did a pretty good job of that the last few years.
We appreciate Greg for his, giving us Noah, him and his wonderful wife.
I was going to say, and Jenny, of course.
Jenny's the best, maybe one of the best all-time Trojan moms. Jenny Holt, Jenny Coy. But thanks, Greg, for sitting in here and taking over the spot at the microphone. We appreciate you and your family for what you did. Man, I'd like to have Noah. Just really need him this season. We can sneak him back in. He's not any taller, so no one would recognize him.
Maybe as a COVID high school year or something like that. We're talking about COVID years in college. Maybe they'll let him.
But he's up there working at Notre Dame. He's practicing, learning how to bunt. So.
Well, thanks, Coach Moore. I appreciate it.
That's the thing I got. When I come and watch the baseball kids, shake the bunt off. I didn't come here to watch them bunt.
we talked about baseball kids. We talked about the Story kid, and you talking about him earlier this year being a baseball kid.
Man, he's super.
You don't want to know what Greg's comments were in the first half on, hey, baseball kids can sometimes play football as well.
They're great football players.
Well, that's going to be a safety in the end zone.
I know this guy's son was. We love Noah Coy and all the Coy boys, especially Noah, because he's got more catches than the rest of them.
Exactly. Well, thanks, Coach.
Have a great day, everybody. Weekend. Go Trojans, beat Cathedral.
Thanks, Coach. And that was, I think, Andrew Jarrell with the safety in the end zone there by that defense, all set up by Coach Moore's talking about it. You got special teams guys that Beer Guard, especially right there, made a great tackle inside the 5-yard line and set up the defense 2 plays later, and they get a safety to go up 30-0 here early in the third quarter. Really appreciate Coach Moore coming up, and always a great time, great insight from Coach. And Greg, he even got a few shots in on you specifically, or maybe it was compliments on not you specifically, but Noah and Jenny, of course.
He'll definitely compliment Noah more than he'll compliment me. I know that. So,
as he should.
Yeah. I'll tell you, Noah's pretty fortunate to have the guys that he had around him. And Coach Moore, he's known since he was probably, 3-4 years old. He and Eli Holt running around the Bantam fields. Just all they ever wanted to do was play for Coach Moore, and I think you see that with, some of these guys. And I just hope he keeps. I just hope he keeps hanging around because that guy's pretty special.
Yeah, I was I mean, case in point, you're talking about pretty good kickoff there. Center Grove going to pick that up at the 32. I think that's Gilstorf. Gilstorf just takes it straight up the field. Man, absolute pummeled there right at the 50. Great tackle, number 22. That's Cameron Shropshire, I should say. But, I mean, why did those guys want to play high school football for Coach Moore? Because they saw him down at the Bantam Fields from the time they were 3, 4, 5 years old. And that's such a huge part. And people's like, how can Center Grove be, the little country school back in the day, and now they're the best high school program and Bantam program in the entire state? Well, it's because the coach is down there on Saturdays watching those little kids.
Yeah, I've got pictures of Coach with his arm around Noah, hanging out in first grade, second grade Pro Bowl teams. His presence and what he's done, not just for the football program, but I think just building the energy for the community. It pervades all the sports that you see having success at Center Grove over the last 25 years. And football is a special thing on Friday night, but when you see all the sports, you're talking tennis, soccer, baseball, softball, all of them have just had tremendous success, and I think Coach has been able to be a part of that.
Good gain on first down by Emmett Anderson, 2nd and 2. Play action from Wishmeyer. Now he's looking for Kraus. Can Kraus get there? Oh, yeah, felt like a little bit Kraus might have pulled up a little bit. He runs straight there, and Wishmeyer's going to have him. But a nice play defensively by the DB for LC.
DB was in really good position there. I think Wishmeyer made a nice throw. You want to see Cade there, maybe come back a little bit, make an adjustment to be able to go up and get that ball. And he'll learn that. He's a freshman.
I should correct myself there. It wasn't Kraus. It was actually number 88, Shea Jacobs at wide receiver there. Thought that was an 89, but it was 88. So Jacobs there on that attempt. But now 3rd and short for Center Grove. Quick handoff there. That's Anderson again, and he's got room to run. He might go 15, 10, 5. Touchdown Trojans. Wow, Emmett Anderson breaks a couple tackles right around the line of scrimmage, and he's off to the races. Touchdown number 2 for Anderson. And Center Grove gets over that 35-point mark, and we're going to get the running clock the rest of the game.
What a great run there by Anderson. He was patient, followed his blocks, waited for the hole to open up, and then explodes through. Just a fantastic run especially for a freshman running back to be able to be that patient, wait for the hole to open up, and just follow that huge left side of the offensive line.
So now Gilstorf for the PAT. It's got the distance, and it is good. So Center Grove now, on the strength of a 40-yard touchdown run, goes up 37-0 over Lawrence Central. And once they kick off, you'll get the running clock there. Actually, we already have it. So these last quarter and a half, Greg, we're not going to be able to get to all of the Perry Meridian football stories that Holt prepared me for in case of a blowout here, but we'll see what we can get accomplished.
Yeah, there is one bit of history for Mr. Holt and I at Perry Meridian High School, and this will sound really bad for the Center Grove guys. We are a part of the only team that ever won a sectional football championship at Perry Meridian. So
what year was that? Just to show you guys' age a little bit.
1986.
Wow.
1986. We actually got on a pretty good run that year and made it to the Final Four. 7 shutouts for the defense that year. Really good football team. And ran into the evil Empire up at Carmel in the Final Four. So,
by golly, and you can tell all the youngins, hey, that was before class. Or was it now? You still had what? There was
four classes
at that time.
Yeah, that was one of maybe the second year of class football. It had been cluster, the cluster football before that. So it's probably the second year, I think, of class football.
So Gilstorf will kick off again for Center Grove. That one's caught on the 18-yard line. Pretty good return. That's number 80 for Lawrence Central, Nehemiah Jones, 5'7" junior on the return, and now you'll see that Center Grove defense come back out looking to maintain the shutout. Did get a final on the first match for the boys tennis team. They lost a tough one, 3-2 to Zionsville, who's number 4 in the state. Lost to them, and now they'll face number 2 Homestead in the afternoon match over at the CG Trojan Classic.
And that tennis team, based on the schedule this week that you shared with me earlier, that tennis team's got to be worn out. So
1, 2, 4, 9, and 11, and 5 matches in 4 days. But that last week was always brutal when my sons played. Always played 3 really good teams in the last weekend, but then you're ready for the sectional.
Ready for the sectional.
Short gain on first down for Lawrence Central. Once again, we're in a running clock situation, 37-0 Center Grove, and really been dominant against this Lawrence Central team. Lawrence Central got down to the 10-yard line late in the second quarter. Before then, they had multiple penalties that backed them up, Craig, and Center Grove was able to hold there. And
they've just not, other than that drive, Rick, they just haven't been able to get anything going consistently offensively. And, we've got some backup JV guys in here now, but these guys are going to play hard too. So a great tackle there by
38, Brennan Mullins, sophomore linebacker. And man, and Coach Moore talked about it, just these guys love to play football, Greg, and you can see it at all 3 levels, the freshman, JV, and varsity. And that's one of the things when Coach Moore, when we're going through the last few years where he played a lot of out-of-state teams, and the freshmen and JV really had a hard time getting a full schedule of opponents to play, and why he thinks this is so important, because those guys are working their butts off during the week for an opportunity to play on Saturdays. That one kind of floated out there. Nobody home for Lawrence Central.
I think, here in a couple weeks we'll get to the start of the postseason for football, and these JV guys, they don't get to play a lot once sectional starts, and I think these 7, 8, 9 games that they get are so important for their development, but just for to continue to their passion for the game. So, and they play hard. They play hard. They don't want to lose. That this group does not want to be the group during the week that loses.
Yeah, and that's well on their way to winning this, which would make the Center Grove Trojan football program 18-0 on the year across all 3 levels. Lawrence Central back to punt. That's Adams, and it gets he hits it. One of his own linemen actually kicked it in the back of him. So that was an ugly looking play.
The old kick him in the back play.
We saw it a little bit earlier this year against I think it was Warren Central. Warren Central's freshman punter punted it twice into the back of his own lineman. So that's never any good.
Not a good thing.
So now all the way down to a minute and a half, Greg, with that running clock. Just these quarters will fly by. Center Grove takes over again. Wishmeyer in the gun, hands it off to Cameron Trice. It's right at the line of scrimmage. Short game. Some new guys on that offensive line for Center Grove getting some action. 76, Landon Smith. 64, Braylon Johnson in. 78, Shelby Howard. And I got a guy down for LC, so they'll take the time. 74,
Christopher Lesh.
Lesh is still in. So, yeah, getting those guys some opportunities as well with that big lead. And out there checking on the Lawrence Central player. But, yeah, Greg, this is one of the most impressive performances for the JV team for Center Grove. Like I said, they've had some close ones. 7-point win against Warren, a 4-point win at Carmel, a 1-point win at Ben Davis. So this has been one of their bigger victories. They did beat Carroll at home here in week 2, 48-6. So they're approaching that one, but an impressive performance from these guys so far.
They've been very solid on both sides of the ball today. I think tackling's been solid on defense, and as I've said several times today, we've just dominated both sides of the line of scrimmage. And if you can do that, you're going to win most games. You're dominating the line of scrimmage.
Good to see the Lawrence Central player up on his own, kind of limping over the sideline, but at least he's doing that on his own.
You were talking about the JV schedule there a second ago, and I heard the Carmel name back on the schedule. It's nice to getting back into the MIC, having the opportunity to play Carmel again. I think the last Carmel game was the 25th Carmel game here at Trojan Stadium on the varsity level, and so it's going to be nice to see Center Grove and Carmel. I know the kids on both sides want to play that game again.
Well, and that's obviously a Carmel program. There's Emmett Anderson again, shifty.
Great run.
Good yards on second down, but obviously Coach Wright up there at Carmel has turned them around in 1 year from what's been a down few years there at Carmel. But, it was great. That was week 3. Center Grove played Marion at home here. Marion didn't want to play a JV game, so luckily for Center Grove, Carmel was out of state playing somebody and had an opening as well, so Center Grove was able to play the freshman and JV games. And then, like you said, Carmel comes back on our schedule next year. Cameron Trice, big hole up the middle. He's
good hard run.
Grabbing him.
These young running backs are running hard.
Yeah, they are, and right there, just they were hanging on for dear life with that jersey, and now that's going to be the end of the third quarter. So after 3 quarters, Center Grove leads 37-0. We'll be right back. Back here at Ray Skillman Stadium, start of the fourth quarter. Center Grove leads 37-0. Driving again, Trice. Cameron Trice again. Helmet comes off by Christopher Lesh, number 74. So they'll have to bring in somebody for him. Another guy down for Lawrence Central. Short gain on first down by Trice. That's the only time the clock stops on a running clock is when somebody gets injured. And that's happened 2 straight plays for Lawrence Central.
I didn't see what happened there, but he's looks like he's in a little bit of pain. Hopefully not serious. Yeah, it'll be exciting, I think, Rick, with the football going back into the MIC. They've been playing quite a few of the MIC teams. Warren back on the schedule this year. But, there's nothing like that Carmel Center Grove game. And the fact that we haven't played that for the last, 2-3 years. I talked to some of that and had some good friends up in Carmel, talked to some of those kids. The kids all wanted to play, I promise you that. Both sides of that. So good that the administrations were able to get that figured out and get that game back on the schedule.
And what's interesting, Kevin and I were talking a little bit this week about when they do get back in the MIC and play the 7-game schedule there, that obviously only leads to 2 non-conference teams. But one of the names we keep hearing kind of thrown out who wants to get on Center Grove's schedule, which I think would be fantastic, is Brownsburg.
That would be great.
I mean, I think Coach Hart and what he's done out there, I mean, they're right there, and obviously they're the favorite right now probably to go back-to-back this year, and that would be a great team to keep or to get on the schedule, and they bring a great crowd. I mean, they brought a great crowd for the scrimmage this year, and I know both teams have scrimmaged against each other the last few years, but that would be a great program to get on that non-conference schedule.
Yeah, that Brownsburg team's was on the cusp of breaking through for the last several years, and finally got through last year in a tremendous semi-state game here at Ray Skillman Stadium. But they're, now that they've broken through, sort of like Center Grove back in the the late 2010 area, 2008. But once we got to that point, you kind of explode through, and I would expect Brownsburg's going to be the same. They're going to be a really tough team to contend with for the next several years, so that'd be great to see that on the schedule.
The other one that, and obviously your son Noah got to play in this game a few years, maybe all 3 or all 4 of his years, maybe just the last 3. A team that Center Grove has had on the schedule and loved to play us, loved the back and forth, but I really liked having Louisville Trinity on the schedule.
That was a great. I think Noah got to play 2 years, so he played
junior,
the first time down at Trinity, and I'll never forget that game. That broke the losing streak, and I remember
double overtime, and I remember, I'll never forget Coach walking out of that game, and he walks up to Aaron and I, and he says, "We're gonna win state." He's like, he's like, we're like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "I saw everything I needed to see out of this team, the way they competed, the way they care." He's like, I'm positive we're going to win a state championship, and sure enough, they were able to do that. But that team, that program, great football community, and I'd love to see them on the schedule. I mean, that environment down there. I mean, their facilities are beautiful. I mean, it looks like a small D3 or a D2 college. Their facilities are fantastic. You come up there, and like you said, the fans came out there to support, and even when they came up here, they had great fan support and just a really good football community that obviously cared at all 3 levels. So we'll see what happens with that in the future with future schedules. Obviously, it becomes much easier if you're in the AD's office and Joe and Katie to get those schedules finalized. If you know 7 of the teams right away that you're going to play, you don't have as many holes to fill.
Yeah, that's right.
Cathedral obviously is another one that's been on the schedule for many, many years. So, yeah, we'll see what happens with that. But
one of the ideas I've heard floating around, with this announcement of the MIC is, once a year in one of those 2 games, you talked about Brownsburg being in the HCC, but playing a sort of an HCC versus MIC. Take your top 8, rank them, and throw those guys out there in week 1 or something. That'd be pretty fun. That would be pretty fun.
You kind of get into that, and you've seen it in basketball, not as much in football, but kind of the ACC Big Ten Challenge and type thing. But yeah, you're right. That would build some great crossover, and it gives you another good team on the schedule instead of you trying to find somebody that might be a little bit more travel wise and that kind of stuff. But good to see the LC guy up and
walking off on his own. Yeah, walking off on his own. Yeah, I think about some of those Northside teams that we've never really had a chance to play at HSE and Fishers and Zionsville, and it'd be really fun to be able to get some of those teams on the schedule.
Shotgun now and giving it to Trice, and Trice has got an opening around the left side, and he picks up the first down inside the 5-yard line. Yeah, just an impressive kind of three-headed monster today out of that backfield, Greg, with Hodson initially and then Emmett Anderson, and now you're seeing a heavy dose of Cameron Trice here in the second half.
Three really good running backs, two freshmen and a junior, and any of these three, unfortunately, we've had some injuries at the running back at the varsity level, but any of these three could, have to step up and see some time at the next level.
Trice was right at the goal line, but I don't think he got quite over, so. Oh, and we got a holding call against Center Grove, so that's going to back them up. Make it 1st and goal from probably the 13-yard line. Wishmeyer still in the game for Center Grove. So, yeah, we talk about young running backs in the system, Greg. The quarterback position, you got a sophomore leading the varsity and a freshman leading the JV, and obviously a freshman at the freshman level, but young there as well for Center Grove.
And all three pretty talented.
Cameron Trice again, and he breaks into the opening, and a shoestring tackle there by number 27. I don't think that's the kicker, Cooper Jordan. So, but a nice tackle there by 27 that saves a touchdown, at least for now.
I've been impressed with Oscar at the varsity level, coming in after really three pretty solid quarterbacks, right, with Taven Jackson, Tyler Cherry, and Gabe McWilliams, and stepping in behind that and stepping in as a sophomore. He's just done a really nice job doing what he's been asked to do. Hasn't been asked to do too much yet, but you can see the arm talent that he's got, the size, and he's going to be a special one too.
This time LC did a good job of tackling Trice in the backfield. Probably a loss of 1 there, so 3rd and goal now for Center Grove as that clock ticks under 7 minutes to go in the ball game. Center Grove in control, 37-0. So, Greg, was Jenny listening to your debut here, in the broadcast booth, or?
I'm guessing she is not. She would probably say, "I've heard you in your work voice way too often." So
that sounds very similar to what Renee tells me all the time. Trice up the middle. Once again, good job by that LC defense.
Good job by the defense there.
I always tell Renee, "Hey, here's the link for Friday night. If you want to tune in, you and Mia can listen." And she's like, "No, we're good. We hear you guys, or we hear you specifically for
all the time."
Yes. That hurts.
Yeah, it's all right.
4th and goal now at the 5-yard line. We'll see what Coach Siderwitz, he sends Cade Krause in there with the play.
It'll be interesting to see if he lets Wishmeyer throw it here, or if he's just going to run the ball.
Emmett Anderson and Cameron Trice in the backfield.
A little seam route here for 19 out there.
Emmett Anderson. Oh, he might make the decision for him. Oh, yeah, and he gets popped. So, yeah, that I don't know what they were going to do, Greg, but
that did not work well, whatever it was. Yeah.
So Lawrence Central does a great job of holding there inside the 5-yard line. Now they'll take over, looking to try to get some points on the board.
I'm sure they'd like to see something besides a goose egg up there, so I'm sure they're going to try to.
And you saw their freshman team tack on a couple late touchdowns there. Make that game 38-18. Center Grove freshmen stay undefeated in game 1 today. Several new faces on the Center Grove side of things. New quarterback, I believe, for LC. He throws it out back to, don't think that's Okocha, because he was at the varsity level on the senior. So number 5 gets it in a good gain on first down. Just a little swing pass out of the backfield. And they pick up 30 yards on first down. LC going fast now. 4.5 minutes remaining in the ball game. now LC going to get a timeout. Number 5 might have a finger pointing the wrong way. He comes out. And either blood or he's got a finger going the wrong way. That's never.
Let's hope it's blood. The pointed finger's never a good thing.
No.
Never a good thing.
So now they're back at it quickly. The clock starting again. 4 minutes left. Oh, and Center Grove, number
great
29.
Rush by 29. Great move.
Oh, and a great tackle then out there initially, and they finally blow it dead. But you're right, 29. Landon Henniger.
Nice swim move on the tackle. It was a great move to put pressure on the quarterback.
And then Center Grove was able to bring him down for a 5-yard loss when he did get rid of the ball. A little screen pass there. So 2nd and 15 for LC. 3.5 minutes remaining in this game. Run up the middle. Gets that 5 yards back. Looks like number 50 on the tackle, Nick Cope. Defensive tackle, sophomore. Easton Lowe also in there on that defensive line.
It's nice to see a lot of guys getting some action today. So it's good job by the coaches of getting a number of guys into the game, and I'm sure moms and dads are happy to see that.
As long as I don't mispronounce any names, Greg, that's the only time I get in trouble, and we quickly get some text whenever Rick butchers a name. Shotgun snap here, and he's right there. Henniger, is he going to get him down? He does, and the ball's loose, but they're going to say he was down. Man, that young man, he's channeling his inner Caden Curry there on the defensive end.
Making some plays.
Not a very big kid, 5'9", 175, but he's made 2 nice plays on this drive from that defensive end position.
Quick off the ball.
Now Lawrence Central going to punt. Number 66, Aiden Price. Hopefully this time his blocker doesn't come back and
he should not move backwards.
Actually, it was the other punter that ended up doing that. That was 49, Hunter Adams. But, yeah. 1.5 left, Greg, as Lawrence Central tries to get 11 guys on there on the punt team. Going to punt it back to Sampaio deep for Center Grove. He doesn't have anybody to fight with back there. Story not in this time.
Just Sampaio. Good snap.
And that one a high punt. Sampaio going to field it.
He's got some room.
And he's got some space around here. Can he make one more cut?
Got
it
it
in the middle of the field. Does get it all the way back to the 11-yard line. Sampaio had visions of the end zone dancing in his head right there, Greg.
Great return, little bobble on the catch, and was able to make a couple cuts, and one guy away from the end zone.
So I think
that may be it.
Yeah, Coach Siderwitz trying to figure out we're under 40 seconds. They might have to run one play, might just take a knee here. Victory formation.
Yeah.
Unless they decide to run a play. No, just going to take a knee here. So that's going to do it for today's JV game. And the final here, 37-0. Greg, just some parting thoughts here on not only JV but the freshman performance today.
Yeah, JV team just came out and I think exerted influence from the outset. Just great job offensively and defensively. Controlled the line of scrimmage. Great skill play. Just really a fun game to watch for me. First time I've seen the JV this year. Very impressed with just the depth of the program. When I look at the JV game, go back to the freshman game, the depth of Center Grove football is is really impressive right now. So I think that really looks great for the future of Trojan football.
Well, Greg, thank you for joining me today. Your broadcast debut. I don't think the FCC shut us down or anything like that. Kevin,
we'll see.
Yeah, but thanks for joining me today, Greg. And once again, for Rick Embry and Greg Coy, along with Ashley Embry on camera today, goodbye from Ray Skillman Stadium. Our next broadcast will be Monday night right here at Ray Skillman Field, the Powder Puff game as part of the homecoming festivities. So we will see you all at 6:30 on Monday night. Goodbye for now.